Welcome, everyone. Here we are for another session of our fun Whale Pale Trail Snail Brigade in this campaign here at War and Peace. So last week, everyone was kind of, scattered a little bit. Leon and Rhea had just gone, looking for Lucy, who was still across the river at the Temple of Light getting Reginald revived. She came back after trying to snoop a little bit at the temple there and getting spotted by a very wily, apparently elderly priest there, who kindly asked her to go back downstairs, which she did. And so she headed back across the river, got back on the boat, but Rhea and Leon were still gone. And as they were kind of poking around town looking for Lucy, they were unfortunately spotted by Eve Razan's head bodyguard, Ythremil Skywarden, who was able to sneak up on the very, very blind Rhea and just barely sneak past the little bit more attentive Leon, but appeared behind them and kind of gave them an ultimatum of, you have a minute to run before I hunt you down. And that pursuit ended well in that Leon and Rhea were able to use Thunderstep to evade him at the last second, very, very close to the docks. In fact, let me show you how close you were, considering the boat is right here, like 90 feet. You appeared on the boat from here.
We cannot see your arrow. I believe you're on.
Oh, DM I'm on the DM layer. Thank you. So no, this is the front of the boat. You appeared from here. This is about the range of where you exploded from earlier. So this is where they were snooping when the fight started, right? This is where several of them are standing. We're here and here, and so you were very, very close to the boat when you escaped. It was only by chance that they didn't see you. And then when you all came out to inspect them inspecting the scene, you weren't able to evade them in time, and they saw you and began this combat. And over the course of the combat, Lucy rushed in. Ythremil appeared in the midst of the party and struck down Leon very quickly. Kleeck launched a full aerial assault and managed to actually take out one of the elven bodyguards before being just shot by so many arrows, so many arrows, and he is in fact dead. Rhea, seeing him go down, dove into the water to pull him to the pier, and she has pulled him onto the pier, and has just now realized that Kleeck has passed on and is not even breathing. The arrows in him pretty clearly showing the source of his, I guess, mild discomfort. So let's get right back to turn order. Rhea is going to look at Kleeck, and she's going to look up at Bron, and she's gonna just be like, Bron, he Kleeck's dead. He can
Bron just quickly turns and looks at Kleeck. It doesn't look like his expression changes at all.
But what do I do? She doesn't have her bow on her. It's left on the boat from when she dove off.
I need diamonds.
Diamonds? She reaches into her vest and pulls out a rather large, rough and uncut diamond. One that you may remember from the Nueva Sigil Luzon heist, where she stole your ring of water walking and the Cayman's dagger and the frost scepter. Take this. I talked to Mortimer and he said this might be worth something.
Not my turn yet, but I'm gonna begin to go out to reach to it and walk over to Kleeck. Not walk.
I mean, you're already adjacent to him. You now have in your inventory a 305 gold value uncut diamond.
Excellent.
Uh, and that will be Rhea's turn, is pulling that out and handing it to you, as she does not know what to do otherwise at this point. So Leon, it's to you.
Oh, joy.
To be
All right.
honest, I think Ythremil has a higher dexterity than you and thus would go first, but we did you going first last time, so I'm just going to continue that, because player advantage, whatever. He ganked you hard before, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, that was bullshit.
That was
Alright, so
fun.
which one of the two archers was holding Lucy?
The one in front of her it was the one that actually managed to get the grapple. We ended up rolling a little bit off camera to figure it out, because we realized that because of her large size, she would have had an advantage to evade. So they made several more attempts before finally actually getting her. So that was where we did that. It's fine. But yeah, the one in front of her is the one that actually has the grapple. They do seem to be signaling that they want to stop. Like they're like, stop. We have your leader. They seem to think she's your leader. Is she your leader?
She is our leader. I said Yoga would
I
say
guess.
so.
I guess she. Yeah, she kind of is. She takes charge the most, at least.
Well, the one in front has grappled her and is holding a longsword to her and is, saying, "Stop! We have your leader." And how bad are you looking right now, Lucy? Just curious.
Extremely bad.
Like on a scale of 0 to how much HP do you have?
3 HP.
Oh, dang!
Out of
Okay.
44.
That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Okay, so yeah, just thank you. Yeah, Leon, it's still your turn.
I've lost my mouse. Shit.
Thank you for the music too.
Oh.
Oh, there's some good music too.
Okay. I'm going to. I just lost my train of thought. Shit. I'm going to walk.
High pressure. High pressure.
Yeah. I'm gonna walk over to where Rhea is. I'll look at her and say, "He's got this. Need your head in the game, okay?"
Yeah, got it. And she, though it's not her turn, she's now a little bit more attentive and looks up and sees that Lucy is being held captive and is now quite worried. But for her, I'll say it's a free action to ready both of her daggers, which she will do. And that's a free action to talk to her as well. So continue with your turn. You had an effect.
I want to yell over to the ones holding Lucy.
Mm-hmm.
Let her go, or you will not walk out of here. Any of you.
What are you trying to roll here, like as a check? And I'm gonna have this be your action. This will be your action as well. So, all right, roll an intimidate check. Not disadvantage or advantage. I would say in this moment they have leverage over you, and you have leverage over them. So yeah, I want to see what you get out.
22.
Ooh, well. Let's see. The two elves that are still. Let's see. Yeah, the two elves that you can see standing there both kind of glance at each other, and they seem to be a little cowed by your threat. Maybe it's something in your voice, or the fact that you just got up from being just repeatedly stabbed by their leader, but they seem to be a little taken aback. And look, just give back our boss and we'll give her back. And they responded. I mean, so the negotiations continue, but you also have a bonus action and more movement if you like.
Yeah. You started this. You let her go. We keep him, and the rest of you go free. That's the only offer you get.
Ooh. All right. Well, we will get to another attempt to persuade or intimidate on your next turn, as that was the action. But did you have a bonus action that you did want to do? Dude's next to you. He's just grappled. He still has his rapier out. He's just been grabbed by Brightleaf, who is holding him by like the scruff of his cloak, kind of around his neck a little bit with one hand, and has her rapier in a reverse grip at his neck with the other. So he can fight back, but she's got hold of him.
Right. I don't have any more bonus action quite yet, so that'll be my turn.
Okay. Then to Ythremil. Where is his? There it is.
Where are his attacks?
No. It's I need his encounter card that has all of his everythings, not just his attacks. Although his attacks are on there. What would Homeboy do in this situation? He is going to he is actually going to say, "Stop. I surrender." And toss his rapier into the water next to him. He is now not holding a weapon. And he cedes his turn. Yoga.
I think the only person that would possibly be able to see me is Ythremil, but I'm assuming he's not looking my way. He's looking the other direction.
He is looking forward as Brightleaf is very convincingly holding the rapier to his throat. You can probably not from where you are see how closely, but yeah, he's not looking in your direction at all.
Okay. I am gonna cast the jump spell on me.
Oh, yoga jump! Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I'm just having it. Oh wait. And then I will move. I'm gonna stay silent, so my turn is just.
Okay. Please then roll a stealth check to see if you can sneak, because no one's really noticed the turtle at this point. You coming out of the boat was probably unremarked, and if the only person who maybe noticed you was Ythremil, and he's not looking in your direction or paying much attention. 17, pretty good for yoga. So you cast jump on yourself. You move your 30 feet. Are you just jumping quietly and stealthily, or are you actually just walking?
I'm just walking at the moment, and
Okay.
I'm kind of here where I assume I can maybe see a little bit better, but maybe stay kind of in cover, kind of on the stairs.
I would say you can barely see the edge of the the bottom end of the Lucy encounter. So like you can see like around here, but not much farther up because of the curvature of the ship and the height of the forecastle blocking your view.
If I got up to here, would I have more vision but also be more noticeable?
A little bit of both, but you are being stealthy, so your stealth roll would stand for being sneaky, and you'd get the extra visual. So yeah, you'd be able to see a little bit better from there.
Okay, that's the last of my movement, so I'll stay there, and I'm just keeping quiet.
Okay, cool. Yoga is staying quiet. Bron, it is over to you.
I'm gonna take the diamond, walk over here a bit closer to Kleeck, and like hold the diamond in one hand and kind of hold his head up a little bit and like push it into his chest and cast Revivify.
So, those of you who've seen this before, Leon, I don't think you were there for the pit fighting. Neither was Lucy. So, and Bron, you were dead, and Kleeck, you were alive, so you would have seen it.
Yoga was also dead.
You were actually, yes, also dead at that point. So, for everyone except, I think, Rhea and Brightleaf, this is a new experience, seeing someone get revivified. Bron, yeah, you take this uncut diamond, which is quite large, and you kind of push it against Kleeck's chest. And at first, you just kind of are pushing it against, but then you feel the divine energy kind of push through you, and it kind of feels a bit like when you use inflict wounds. You get that like kind of necrotic energy coating your hand, and it kind of pulses around, but there's a subtle inversion to it. What is so used to bringing death, as you push it into your friend, you can feel it bring life. And Kleeck, you don't know what happened. You flew forward, you took your shot, you remember wood bursting, you remember elves falling, and then you remember looking up and feeling a sudden thud and everything kind of swimming, and then everything was gone. But now here you are, and you're just kind of floating on the breeze. It's a nice warm updraft, clouds all around, and a nice sunset sky. Ground far below, but it's so far away that you could just let yourself fall for minutes before you even come close. It's really, really nice here. Really peaceful. In fact, as you soar, you see some shapes you recognize kind of coasting by in the distance. And you can tell that it's not time for you to go be there yet. And all of a sudden you open your eyes and you are facing Bron leaning over you on the deck, and you're very wet, and you're in a lot of pain, and you're at 1 HP. Kleeck, you're alive.
Yay!
All
May
right.
I ask one thing?
Yes.
Is it possible for him to be resurrected and end up, like, asleep?
Yeah, you can be
Alive,
unconscious if you'd like.
Unconscious.
You're at
I'm-
1 HP.
I'm going to say he is resurrected but unconscious.
Cool. That's fine. If you want to flavor it that way, you are. You feel then Bron, his heart beating in his chest. The arrows that are kind of what are like 5 or 6 or 7 of them in you at this point.
There's a lot.
They all just kind of fall over to the side. Some of them rolling off the pier into the water with gentle splash here and there. But yeah, you can feel that Kleeck is alive in your arms, and Kleeck, for your part, you continue your dream, but there's a greater sense of distance from this place now, and a bit of a sense that soon you'll have to leave it again. But there's a peace with that, so. And Bron, that's your action for the turn. You still have movement and a bonus action.
Yeah. With that, Bron just lets out a really long sigh of relief and like puts Kleeck back down, gets his gear again.
He probably
Thank you, Bron. You did it. Okay.
Bron just looks over at the other elves. You can clearly see he's like really pissed,
Yeah, I bet.
but he's not gonna do anything else while this standoff is going on.
Gotcha.
Cross
Alright
your
then.
arms with that badass pike.
So are you ceding your turn as well then?
Yeah.
All right. Brightleaf is going to attempt to, I guess she'll try and intimidate Ythremil into getting his people to let Lucy go. She will kind of dig the rapier blade against his throat and say, "You only have one choice here. Make them let her go. You're not going to live much longer otherwise." And I will see whether or not that does anything. Because she's not the most intimidating person, all things considered. Oh, wow, actually, well,
Maybe that
Okay.
has something to do with the rapier.
maybe we'll just say that was, an invisible modifier in influencing the roll to be luckily quite in line with what makes sense in this moment. So he's just going to slowly raise both of his hands after that and kind of gesture with one hand towards the elves and kind of motion for them to calm down and lower their weapons. Other than that, Brightleaf is just going to, that was her action, continue to grapple him. Lucy, it is your turn.
So do we see everyone trying to do this exchange?
It definitely appears that though everyone is still combat ready around you, no one is attacking at this moment. It does appear that there's sort of like a détente for the moment. So, yeah, they're not going to attack you in this moment. Maybe if you tried to get away, they might attack you. But if you just stay still, it seems that on the other side, the same thing is kind of going down. But hey, it's your turn. What do you want to do? Everyone seems to be playing along so far.
I'm gonna have our lovely charmed little friend, if we can, like, get them to go up behind, like this one.
She's
Can see the little arrow thing.
Yeah, no, I can see her arrow thing. She's looking at you, and she's looking at her comrade, and she seems to be, the look on her face is like, why are two of my friends fighting? I'm horrified. So charming someone, you know, it makes them think that you're their friend and everything, but they continue to have the same allegiances to other people that they did before. So she's not just gonna turn on these people because she's now your friend, sort of thing. So she's just like, why are you holding on to her? Like, let her go.
Oh, we'll just tell them to go stand over there to try to help get them to not attack, because, you know, we're friends. Why would friends attack friends?
Okay, roll a persuasion check with advantage because they're charmed, and that is not like an inherently 24. 24 will do it, actually. So she is going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. She can do it. She moves around the side to her ally and kind of starts, trying to pull her away from you and be like, just let her go. Let her go. Which, after having been, intimidated and seeing their leader motion for them to surrender and what have you, they are actually going to let go of Lucy. Remove that. You are no longer grappled. And it appears that though they are still holding their weapons, doesn't look like they'll opportunity attack you if you try to leave.
Are they gonna let me by?
Yeah, it appears that they will let you by. One of their own turning on them was enough to break them, along with the threats and their leader being held captive and seemingly surrendering, and one of their enemies just being revived in front of their eyes.
Should we attack them or let them go?
Hey, that's a metagame question.
That is a Lucy question. Only your heart can answer.
We could take him, I would say.
I'd say you're at 3 HP though.
3 HP, 1 HP.
I think the party could take them if they wanted to. If that's any influence in their decision.
So here's the question we need to know. With the fanged bite thing, do we get the 1d6 damage, like from the giant's might added on to that? I would assume so, since it
from the what?
As a weapon.
From the bite? Oh yeah, no, because your teeth are bigger, you're bigger, blah blah blah. Yeah, of course, your bite gets one. I'm going to rule that it does, and if some errata somewhere says that's not correct, then well, they're not at this table. So yeah, if you if you want to bite someone with giant smite added, be my guest. You'll get the benefit. Bigger bites means more meats, means bigger health increase or bonus or whatever. You want to get a plus 15 to your next roll? Cool, let's do it.
Even if I'm not gonna get to bring a new character in, at very least, I want these things. I kind of want these elves dead. Not gonna lie.
So
as a player,
my guess is Bron is angry because he had to bring someone back to life, and that is just totally against his ethos. He's used to rolling dead bodies. He's like, I should have gotten them damn loots. I should have had them loots.
There's still a chance. He's asleep.
No,
and
he
vulnerable.
felt beholden. But yeah, Lucy, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna kill someone on your way out? Or are you going to just peacefully walk by?
Kill them all. I want
You
them
used your
dead.
action to persuade, so you have movement and bonus action. And reaction, of course, because, nothing is reacted. Pulled your reaction in.
Then I was gonna take my action. Assuming they're
Oh.
charmed.
Oh, sorry, I know your action was to persuade.
Well, fuck. Wish I knew that beforehand.
I apologize. What would you have done if you had an action to use?
Attack.
You're gonna attack? Okay. Well then, rule of cool. You convince her to come around the side, and then while they're distracted, you get to attack with your bite if you like. I'll say that it took your bonus action to convince them because they were charmed. Because I just want to see this happen, since you want to make it happen, and let's get it going.
So do they count as an ally?
They count as an ally, and so you will get advantage because of flanking. But I'm gonna let them roll to get out of it on their turn because that's what the ability says. And I think I might if they see you attacking their ally. So go ahead and roll with advantage on your first attack here. And then afterwards, they will not be charmed anymore if they pass their save. So yeah, you roll with advantage. A 20 will hit.
So that's 4, and then also the other d6. So that's 7.
That is 7. Okay.
Holy
So you
shit.
take a bite out of them from behind as they have kind of released you and turned around and are like kind of fending off like their friend, and their friend sees you take a huge chomp out of you, and they are going to roll. Let's see. D20. Yes. Does the advantage versus charm that elves get persist to the subsequent checks for overcoming charm? Or is it only on the first instance?
Let me look, I'll tell you.
I think they're just resistant to charm in general.
Well, that's what I mean. So it would be advantage then.
Okay. Let me do. So that's that rune. Right? Yeah.
I think it's,
Yeah.
Yeah, I
They're
think
counting
it's
if
for
they can
each
move.
for each roll it's advantage.
Okay, so 18 is probably more than enough to beat the DC, so they will
Doesn't-
overcome it as...
Just doesn't say they make a check for it after.
When don't they make a check for it at the start of at like the end of their turn or something? Like normally?
When you creature at the end is turn within 30 feet of you, you can use your reaction to force creature to make wisdom saving throw DC 13. Unless the save succeeds, creature is charmed by you for a minute. While charmed in this way, creature has speed of 0 and is incapacitated.
Oh, so they
until
wouldn't have
creature
been able to
speaker.
do the thing.
Yeah. And then creature repeats saving throw at end of each of its turns. Yes, okay, so they do roll.
Okay, so technically they wouldn't have been able to move and obstruct anything. They would have just been sleepily charmed for a moment. Well, rule of cool. We bent the rules. You're biting now, and now they're out of the charm state. So let's just keep rolling, and we'll do it right next time.
They had no idea what happened during that time.
They're very confused, and now they see a gigantic Lucy that they thought was their friend, but also their enemy, chewing on their friend who they've been like working alongside for many, many decades. So yeah, they're a little confused right now. But yeah, it's still your turn. That was one attack.
Oh, yeah, we got extra attack.
You do, in fact, have 2
So-
attacks.
Well, before they come out their little dreamy stupor, we do another fang bite.
All right, you won't have advantage anymore, so that one will miss.
I should.
Even
Because
if you
it's
do. Oh, okay.
in their
Well,
I was getting an extra +4 to the attack roll if you use your fang bite.
it would be
bonus.
7 because it ended up doing 7 damage total.
Oh, you're gonna add in the giant smite. Okay.
Are you gonna add it to to your HP, or are you gonna what does the Fanged Bite do again? I forget
You
what
can either
ability you're
add
using.
it to your next attack roll or ability check, or you can add it to your HP or
Yeah,
temp HP,
that's what I was asking.
something like that.
Add it to my HP.
Okay, so
that
then
makes sense.
12 would miss, unfortunately.
Right.
So you take one bite, and then you take another, and they kind of manage to dodge out of the way. They don't look like they're going to let you pass anymore.
It's understandable.
So their swords are back up, and they now everyone is scrambling to fight again after what looked like a peaceful moment.
I feel like Lucy's gonna die now.
I mean, it's possible. I don't know what she's
Anyone
going to
else I could get spare the dying off on.
I mean, if Lucy is at risk of dying, Kleeck will trade his life. Genuinely.
Except you're
Kleeck's
you're
asleep.
sleeping.
Yeah, I
So-
know. I will bargain with the oh great gods to trade one soul for another. And by that I mean the DM.
Close enough.
I know, right?
Lucy, do you want to move anywhere? Do you have anything that you want to try and what are you thinking about?
Whenever we bit the one person, we're just gonna like kind of whisper in their ear, like, "You hurt my friends. Give up, or I'll hurt you too."
After you bite them and have already hurt them.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that they eye you warily with their swords drawn, and you're to be quite distraught at you attacking them while they were trying to peacefully negotiate.
Attacking them, but biting them with fangs.
Indeed.
He has just revealed something that she is to not only the elves,
Well-
but possibly some of the party.
Party would probably need a roll perception, I would assume.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
We ain't got time for that. We in war.
I don't know. We got time for this. No, we got time for this.
I mean, if anyone who was looking over there would have seen Lucy, who is large, suddenly attacking the elves and them scrambling like kind of away from her for a
Fighting
second.
the
So
elves.
I mean, it would have been a couple bites. Yeah. No movement? Are you just gonna stay put, or are you gonna try and get away from them?
Good talk. I'm in the kitchen getting food real quick because it's done.
Sure.
That's our turn.
Okay. Well. All right. Now it is the elves' turn.
How many times does Lucy get stabbed?
Well,
I
I'm
mean-
thinking
Well, one of their
stabbed
turns
4
is over.
times
So there's
and shot 3 times.
Yeah, there's two that are in close combat, and there's one that isn't, and they're the one that was stunned, and there's one that had run away earlier. Let's see.
Alright, I'm back at my computer.
Welcome back. Let's see. The one who you bit is going to try and stab you twice. So
Bring it!
You're like, come at me. Come at me.
Come at me, you SOB.
Six.
Yeah, Lucy's getting down, honestly.
You don't know that.
Well, it's okay. If
not
Lucy's
this turn, then
if
next
Lucy's
turn.
Does a
sleeping-
13 hit?
No.
I know. The short sword zings by. Does a 15 hit?
No.
The countercross banks off of your breastplate, raising sparks, but the elf who you bit is struggling and doesn't seem able to hit you. The other one, however, moves and flanks behind you.
Uh-oh.
Takes
That's
a
how
swing.
I
Does a
don't-
19 hit?
It does.
All right.
Uh-oh.
6. 9
Oh
damage,
my God.
piercing
Fill
damage. Yep,
You have 1 HP.
This is incredible. You're about as strong as Kleeck right now. The two fighters. Oof. And
Fighters reduced in this way. Oh god.
does a 25 hit.
Oh!
Maybe they'll roll 1 and they have a -1 to their hit.
You take 8 piercing damage as the elf dances back and stabs you again, and Lucy, you are down, I'm believing, in this moment.
I feel like we've lost a little progress here. Maybe, just maybe, this was not the smart move.
As you go unconscious, poof, your unseen friend disappears, unseen. So no one really notices their departure.
Does Lucy stay big while she gets downed?
I don't know. That's a good question. Giant's might. Do you become small when you go KO?
I believe it says in most of those things, if you're incapacitated, it ends.
I don't know.
Well, that's why I'm gonna look it up right now, real quick, to find out. Let's see. Giant might.
It might do anything. You never know.
It just says it lasts for a minute.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, you don't get small if you go down. If you die, you die large, and then maybe you get small after. It's just for a minute. So, I think you still have like even maybe 5 turns of it. So maybe 6, 7, 8. And you still have quite a few.
Got, like 5 more left.
Yeah.
Been track.
So that is the Elven Bodyguard's turn, and now between turn orders, I am going to roll some d20s. I wonder what they're for. All right.
Oh, God.
At least one of those is City Guard. CG is City Guard, I'm calling it.
Oh, you poor sweet summer child.
It's the guards and fucking captain because he heard shit.
Kleeck, it is your turn.
Yes. We lost your brain. What?
You cut out.
Kleeck is sleeping.
If
there are any... Bryn? Hello?
I hear it.
There you are.
I hear it going out. It's fine.
There you are.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah,
as long as I'm back.
Kleeck do just be sleeping.
Alright. If you can hear me. Over to Rhea now. Cool.
Yeah. All I'll say for Kleeck, though, seriously, if another party member is possibly dying, I would rather Kleeck die.
Well, sometimes...
I have backups. I would rather trade him.
You don't make the calls. So Rhea is going to run, and then, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. She is going to throw one of the daggers at one of the elves, and keep hold of the other one.
Oh god, we're doing this. Oh god.
I mean, she just saw someone she cares about go down. She's a little upset.
Oh yeah, no. I think it's fitting. I'm just scared. This could be the TPK if we don't play this right. Those elves.
I'm not worried about a TPK,
goodness.
but I think Lucy could die. Because even if I sleep all these 3 people, and they...
Which you're not gonna do. You're not gonna do that.
I'm casting it at 3rd level.
Maybe you'll get one of them.
I'm hoping for 2.
And then she will take the bonus action dodge.
You can't do that.
She's a rogue? Isn't that
bonus action dash hide?
Oh, right. My bad. Thank you.
Dash, hide, or disengage.
Okay. Then...
I used to think dodge was in there too. But
no, you're
just
fine.
for monks.
Yeah.
You're fine. Then I'm going to have had her, instead of going to that space, I will have her do a running jump and have her try to bonus action hide in the rubble. And she is rather good at that, so... What's her hide, though? It's just stealth. Yeah. Okay, she disappears into the rubble. She's gone.
Holy.
Leon, it's your turn. Leon, can you roll? I would say, Leon, please roll an Arcana check.
Fuck. 17. Damn.
You sense a cold wind approaching.
Oh, balls, we're in trouble.
It is a wind you recognize.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
It would say we should try and make an escape, but Kleeck is the one who's experienced piloting the ship.
That's so amazing. He's your pilot. Excellent. Simply excellent.
Somebody else has had the same fucking idea that I did. I'm super glad that I'm not.
If this was Yoga's decision, none of this would have happened, but decisions have been made. Now kill him.
Yeah, I'm so glad I'm not the only one here with that in mind. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I kinda want him dead myself.
Mm-hmm.
Along with all these elves that are annoyingly tough.
Like, he legitimately surrendered too, which is the funny part. Like, he was even telling them, like, do what they say, and then Lucy attacked, and now they're just defending themselves. So
We screwed the pooch on this one.
We screwed it big. We screwed
it's
it
going
big.
well. It's going well. Let's put it like that.
Goddamn. Okay, we're doing this then. Tasha's mind whip on Ythremil.
Oh, snap. Well, look, all right, let me just tell you. He is looking really, really, really hurt, and he is being held at sword point, and it has no weapons in his hand, and has seemingly given up. Just to put it in perspective, where you want to aim your attacks.
No,
if you
kill
do
him.
it, if you want to kill him, kill him.
Kill
If you
him.
want to kill him, kill him.
Kill him. Do it.
But I'm just saying, if it's like a priority thing, he is subdued at the moment, so it would be killing a hostage. I'm not even saying don't kill him. He's a hostage. I'm saying he is a hostage and he has given up. Just be aware of like the obviously non-existent international laws of war crimes and such that don't exist in this world at all.
I believe you mean this Geneva suggestion. No.
That's right.
This is gonna hurt someone I really won't hurt really bad. Tasha's mind whip, please. I need an intelligence save.
All right, let's do it. Okay, we are going to roll a 1d20, and we are going to add.
Was that a first level spell?
A second level.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be a failure.
Yes.
Yes.
9 damage.
Oh
Damn,
my
that was
goodness.
nothing.
That was nothing.
That was
Let's see.
Slightly below average. Yeah.
And Ythremil sags in. I guess. How do you want to do this?
I want his brain to pop like a balloon.
So you reach into his mind with Tasha's mind whip, and you seize around his brain, and for a moment, he kind of. Let's see, where are you? Yeah, he glances over at you as he kind of feels and sees you do this, and you can see him kind of mouth a small "I'm sorry," and you can actually feel the regret and sadness in his mind as you crush it, and the blood and cerebral fluids start to kind of gush out of his ears and nose and mouth as he crumples out of Brightleaf's grasp, and he is dead.
Yeah,
Sorry
we did
to-
it!
I'm sorry to you.
Oh,
I'm gonna motion to Brightleaf.
sorry.
I'm gonna motion to Brightleaf. We need to go right now. and I'm gonna yell it so I can make sure everyone hears. We need to get the fuck out of Dodge.
Yeah, but how are we gonna get Lucy?
She'll let the body fall, and she'll actually say the same thing. That Kleeck, I guess, was dreaming. What about Lucy? As she kind of like begins to reach for her shield and begin to step forward. It's not her turn, but she's gonna move forward. So
She has a shield.
she has a shield and a rapier and a longbow. Those are the weapons that she uses.
I didn't know Rangers had shields.
That is the exact same
Yeah, I
lineup
didn't
as
know that.
Kleeck.
That's weird. But I know who he was saying I'm sorry to. And I know exactly what the fuck is coming. Alright. Tasha's mind whip happened. And I am going to use the last of my minute meteors and target this one.
Rangers have proficiency in shields.
Oh, I
Y'all
wasn't
making me doubt myself. Dang.
I wasn't discrediting you.
didn't know that.
I just didn't know. Also, I believe
mean,
it's 5 feet, so you can hit the both of them.
Yeah, you can.
Yep.
It has a race. So there's a deck save. Is that what it was?
I need 2 deck saves from each
Cool.
of them. Because I have
Thank you.
2
Thank
left.
you. Absolutely. And that is a 3 on each one. So 15, 17. Is that a success and a fail? Or sorry, a fail and then a success?
Because I used my
yes.
thing when I cast it, those are both fails.
Okay, cool. So they take full damage.
Yep, so they will both.
Damn, that's nasty.
Yep.
It is. It gives you other detriments, which I am looking up right now.
They have, without a doubt, kicked me in the groin several times in this encounter.
Magician, so your max
12 damage on both.
HP goes down and your melee attack rolls are down. That's fine, who cares? Okay, so 12 damage on the first one. Oh, total, okay. That's 12. And minus 12. Yeah, they both look pretty scorched after that, and you also managed to damage the crates next to them a bit. So there's some debris there too now, and the cover isn't as good as before. That was your action and bonus action then? Any movement?
Shin bone. Let me do a quick measurement.
Let's just
I
remove
can make that.
Ythremil from the turn order
You want
there.
to be getting closer, Leon?
Oh, absolutely not. I was doing a range check. I'm going to take 1 step back, and that will be my movement.
All right,
That's-
Yoga, it's over to you.
All right, Yoga, and since he has the vision, he's gonna start dashing. Except he's not dashing. He's
jumping.
He is jumping. He's gonna
You
run
could-
the.
You
feet
could
and then-
definitely run and jump from there.
Superhero landing.
In fact, I think with the jump spell, like your standing long jump is tripled as well. It's all jumps, so I don't know how far you could have standing long jumped before, but that's tripled. If you
15.
could standing long jump,
Well,
how much?
5 and then 15.
Okay, yeah, so you had to get a running. That's fine. Still, Yoga launches off the deck of the ship and lands on the pier between Brightleaf and Leon, nimbly and lightly, barely hearing a creak out of the deck, even though he is a nice 400 pounds. Actually, you probably would have been and it would have creaked under your weight because there's nothing about feather falls with this spell. So
All right. I believe they'll hit all 3 elves, but I'm casting sleep right where Lucy is.
okay, so I'm going to have to inform you that as you cast it and the cloud
Oh, no.
of smoke
It is
comes out,
elves.
they are elves and they are immune to the sleep condition from magical sleep.
You know, that's Yoga probably wouldn't know. Does the fact that I rolled a 35 change?
Let's see. That 35 would have put at least it would have put one of them to sleep. But as they are immune to magical sleep, they are merely inconvenienced briefly by a smoky fog that surrounds them. So unfortunately, it does not affect them. Lucy, however, wherever your mind is at right now, you sleep a little more deeply. You're not dead yet, but you're definitely sleeping more.
Anyway, as I kind of land and fail to cast the spell, I say, "Get me to Lucy."
I apologize for that.
No,
Dreams
that's
about Second
fine.
Life out of all of the elves. Well, when in Rome. Bonus action from you?
Nothing.
Okay.
So I just say, "Get me to Lucy," and that's my turn.
Bron.
I need these two to make wisdom saves.
Excellent.
Because I'm gonna cast Toll the Dead on them.
All right. Well, they're definitely hurt, so he's
Two of
dead.
them.
I can throw that. It's a death cleric thing.
Oh.
Cantrips can target 2 people if they're within 5 feet of each other.
That's awesome.
It is. It really is. It's killed some dudes before. I think you killed one of the elves before with it.
Yeah.
Let's see. My wisdom. Thank you. Sorry. 1d20 plus 1. So
Fuck.
that's a. Was that 2 successes?
Yeah, they both
Oh,
succeed.
damn.
Damn it.
So you hear the wong, and they just kind of shrug it off, like turning to face the party coming down the pier at them, and it appears that they're maybe starting to draw their longbows again.
Oh no.
Shit.
Yeah,
Oh no.
yeah. So that was your action. You have movement and a bonus action still, Bron.
Ugh. God damn it. Alright, I'm just gonna close the distance with what I have.
Not a bad idea.
I'm gonna move right.
All right.
Wondering what the fuck I can do with a bonus action.
Did you still have your spirit thing up? They're not in range, but
Nah, it was a concentration spell, and I had to cast Revivify.
Spiritual weapon
can't-
isn't.
no, the spiritual like aura thing that he had up. It was like a spirit wall.
Shroud.
Yeah, spirit shroud. Okay. You can't hold a concentration spell and cast spells.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can.
that's right. Are you sure?
Very.
If you can hold haste and cast fireball.
Just because you're holding concentration doesn't mean you can't.
You just
cast
can't hold
spells.
2 concentration spells, and you can't hold a reaction to cast a regular action spell while holding a concentration. I think because you have to
Technically
hold
holding an
concentration
action.
for holding the spell action.
Yeah.
But you can cast regular spells that are an action, bonus action, or reaction, or whatever while holding concentration. As long as it doesn't require concentration to do the new spell, then you have to drop it.
Man,
so
I got the rules completely fucked up. God damn it.
well, you're now more powerful than you thought you were, and you would still have your aura up. So when you close the distance, you can start cold stabbing people.
Alright, well, that's pretty much all I can do now. I don't really have
Okay.
anything to do for a bonus action, so that's my turn.
Yeah, no problem. All right. So that's your turn. Then Brightleaf is going to step over the body and 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. She is going to not be pulling out her shield and will instead pull out her bow. And as she's walking down the pier, I guess she's kind of like jogging, moving as fast as you can and all. She is going to pull out 2 special-looking arrows and take.
Explosive arrow.
No, she actually doesn't have any of those.
Arrow of fireball.
That's just what happened before.
Oh, did she use an explosive arrow at one point?
No, she used a mage fire arrow. It just ignites flammable things and adds 1d6 fire damage.
I swear she. No, okay, because I remember it was Kleeck that had the chance to buy an explosive arrow from a shop, I think.
Yeah,
I
she
also
went to
make
the
my
same
arrows
shop.
Explode normally.
She straight up said, "I went to that shop and bought arrows."
Okay, gotcha.
You're going to have to ask Brightleaf why sleep didn't work. Okay, yeah, so she's going to pull out 2 arrows that kind of seem to have like a strange reddish-green series of runes kind of inscribed along the shaft and also on the arrowhead. She is going to fire an acid arrow at each of the 2 ladies there, those 2 folks. So let's see. It's a 9. Sue, I'm rolling the dice. Come now, roll 20. Pip, pip.
Pip, pip, cheerio.
Come along now. Time to roll the dice. Ooh, the music's picking up. Now it's time to roll the dice. +9. Okay, that's a 25. And the other, there it is. So yeah, that's a 25 and a 26. They're both going to hit for sure. So those are both going to be 1d8 plus 5 plus 1d8 acid. So 2d8.
Can I use a divination
plus
roll and a death
5.
save? I don't
You
think
can.
so. Well, let me.
Does it say you can or can't? So 15 and 14.
Because I think it's an ability check. Is death save an ability?
No, death save is its own type of roll.
I was about to, because I know there's a lot of things that prevent you from reacting with.
And both of them have to make a DC 15
Well, it
con
says you
save, or they have -2 armor class and disadvantage on con saves for 3 rounds. Okay, so 1d20 plus 1.
Yeah, death saves are not in that category.
So the elf that is closer to Lucy, this one here, has been coated in acid, and it appears that it's eating through their armor a little bit and kind of exposing them a little bit more. That was action. That was. Let me take a look at your bonus action list. Nope, she's just going to keep steadily walking forward hatefully. Lucy, please roll for me your first death saving throw.
Don't die.
Oh no!
That is a failure. Lucy, you have experienced your first failed death saving throw. What passes by your eyes as you float on the edge between life and death?
Our best friend.
Oh, girl, you talking about me?
No.
Ouch.
Reginald is heartbroken somewhere. All right, we will step to the elven bodyguards, who, having downed the large threat, will move past her and begin to. They'll fire on Bron because he's right in front of them and looks dangerous with the ice swirling around him. So, first one will begin to strafe away from you and will begin to fire shots at you. So, first longbow shot. Does a 22 hit?
Yep.
All right, so that's 1d8 plus. Was it 3 or 4? Damn it! Where do I keep putting these
It's
things?
4.
How
It's
hurt
fun.
is Bron right now?
I'm alright.
All right.
That's a 10 piercing damage as one of the arrows finds its mark. One will fly past you, and does a 17 hit?
Nope.
All right, so the other one will thud into your breastplate, but fall away harmlessly as it was dented along the arrowhead beyond recognition, and falls harmlessly to the side. And as you continue to approach, they will begin to move farther south away. The one who appears to have acid on them will, since they don't have technically a hostile person next to them, they are going to also lift up their longbow, and they are going to fire 3 shots, 1 at Bron, but 2 in retaliation at Brightleaf. So first shot at Bron, 14 is going to miss, I'm sure. So this one's going to bank off of you as well. This one's a Brightleaf. That'll hit. And the next, I'll just do the damage first. 1d8 plus 5. Damn. And the other one will hit too. 8 plus 4. So 9 and 12 damage as 2 arrows hit home on Brightleaf. Dang. That was a productive round for that elf. They are also going to head south away from the scene of the crime. And the the third one, who actually took Lucy out, let's see. Gonna do the same thing. Fire. I'm gonna have actually this last one fire one shot at Yoga, one shot at Leon, and one shot at Bron. So I'll do Bron first. That's gonna miss. Yoga. Does that an 18 hit?
Yeah.
All
I'll
right.
take an attack. I think this elf's dumb.
You take 6 damage from an arrow from this elf here, and then Leon does a 25 hit.
Oh my god, yeah.
It does. You take 12 piercing.
And I'm down.
And Leon goes down again as the arrow finds its mark, and they are going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Begin to kite with their team away from the situation. And that will be the end of the Elven Bodyguard's turn. And with that, we will go to the top of the round, rolling another set of mysterious d20s. Yep.
I'm really worried that some city guards are going to come and not let me get to Lucy.
Eve. Eve is coming.
All right. So, Kleeck, it's your turn. Oh, yeah, you're asleep.
Kleeck is asleep.
So, I guess everyone roll a perception check.
Even if we're down.
No, if you're
party
not
is
asleep,
awake.
no, that's true at this point. I guess I'm barking up the wrong tree, huh? Perception for the NPCs. The 6.
I'm gonna actually use my 13 for this, so I have a 19 in perception.
All right. Okay, so it looks like Bron, Brightleaf, Yoga will all notice that there is the sound of horses coming from the what is above, but is actually the south, because we have an inverted map right now. So from up here, you hear the sound of horse footfalls, and then Leon, as you're kind of going unconscious, you think you hear the voice, the familiar voice of a blonde, sort of self-aggrandizing gentleman, one that you hired.
Oh, thank God.
And you can hear him entering the area. 2 token layer. Well, one of these needs to be on top of the other. 2 back. There we go.
Yes, the grand horse that I hired.
The grand horse that has to be that size, because that's the size that it is.
And the ass riding him.
And the ass riding him, that's right. He is going to return with the injured, one of the injured elves, and you'll see him from riding from atop of the back of the horse say, "Whoa there, calm down now. You don't want to get hurt again." And you will see him healing word her, and she will regain some health.
Bards.
It's healing word is 1d4 plus charisma, right?
Yep. For a bard.
+5, hot damn. I wonder what his score is.
I wonder. He's a persuasive guy. So he's just going to appear, use healing word, see the scene, and kind of just raise both hands off the reins and be like, "Whoa, now this is something you don't see every day." And that's going to be his turn. And
Yoga instantly doesn't like him.
You met him briefly before.
I did with Leon.
Yep.
I did not mean for it to do that hard. I'm sorry.
So Rhea, from her position, is going to throw a dagger at one of these elves. Let's see which one is the most likely to die. She's gonna be the one that has the hurt armor. So right here. Well, let's see. This one's in range without dagger is 20, right?
2060.
2060. Okay. So we're gonna be throwing at this one right here then, because that one's within range. So we're gonna roll with advantage because hiding does that, and then we're probably gonna get the thing, the backstab. So, rolling 2d20. Oh, keep highest 1. Failed to do. Keep
Highest one was a 2. Then we are in deep shit.
No, it's right now it's reading it as just rolling 2. There, the highest is a 14, but because of the 2 lowered on AC because of the acid arrow, a 14 will actually hit. So that's going to be a hit because of the advantage and because of the acid arrow, and it will get the full backstab. So
Nuke attack damage.
1d4 plus 3d6 plus 4 from the dagger. So it ends up doing 18 damage to that elf, and that elf suddenly has a dagger appears in their throat, and they cough up some blood and then fall to the side, and they are dead. And Rhea appears in the rubble and kind of shuffles forward and ducks down again, and I'm going to roll another hiding check.
This is very rogue. Only a rogue.
In and out, and in and out.
So Leon, because I'm kind of still lost on
She's
it.
probably pretty well hidden still.
Is the bard still our friend? I'm assuming no.
For one more payday, yeah.
Leon, it's your turn. Please roll me a death saving throw.
Okay.
If the bard is our friend and he didn't heal Lucy, then
That is unfortunately a failure, and I won't explain his rationale. So you have one fail at this time, Leon. Yoga, over to you. This battle's getting pretty somber here.
Leon's
people
fine.
Go down left and right. Leon's fine. Spare the dying. You touch a living creature that has 0 hit points. You are now stable, Leon.
Honestly,
Stable
I like
doesn't
kind
mean
of
awake, though.
crouch, put 2 fingers to his neck, and shoot like a beam of energy through him, and then I just instantly start booking it to Lucy.
All right. So move your full movement, since I know that you don't, do that.
Yeah.
Oh, also, you got hit by an arrow. Did you roll a concentration check?
Jump is not a concentration spell, surprisingly.
Oh, that's really cool. Okay, well, that makes sense. It's not super, Buffy, so...
Yeah.
All right. Anything else for you on your turn there, boss?
Nope.
All right. So, Bron, over to you. You now have a fellow coming from the north with reinforcements, it looks like.
Excellent. All right. I'm going to hit
Oh, no.
this guy right here with the 2nd level Ray of Sickness.
This one right here? Got it.
Right there.
What do I have to... Is it a spell attack roll? Or do I have to roll?
Yeah, it's a spell
Well,
attack, so it's 24.
That 24 is going to hit for sure.
An attack roll, and then there's a saving throw if it hits.
All right, well, go ahead and roll damage real quick, and then I'll do the con save. Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
How did they die? That just does it. Even with 10, it does it.
As she's or him is running away, I just shoot a little ball of this greenish goo, and it hits him in the back, and it kind of envelops around them and dissolves their armor and then their skin, and a little cloud of green smoke comes out as they fall down.
Yeah, you can see the raw meat and some of the bone from the armor and cloak and skin that have been dissolved away. That elf is quite dead indeed. The remaining elf of the 3 looks quite worried at their sudden new situation. 2 of their friends having died right next to them.
I'm going to run up right next to her.
Yeah, you're there.
And I'm going to say, drop your weapons. stop right there.
All right, so I gave Lucy a bonus action persuasion thing, so I'm going to give you an between you and Rhea, you just killed 2 of their allies. Give an intimidate.
Not bad. Nice. Good.
Though they have their bow up, they lower it a little bit, but they don't put it down. And then when they hear reinforcements coming, they kind of lift it back up again. You can see that they're not ready to give up.
All right. That is my turn, though.
All right. Brightleaf is going to turn and see the oncoming new people and kind of do a little status check, see who's around. So you want to take a few steps back. You know what? That doesn't make as much sense as her taking a few steps forward. And she's going to turn and see the 2 people coming up the way. See the elf with their bow ready, and see the gentleman on the horse, and she's going to fire 2 arrows at the elf. So that's... And they're just regular arrows this time. That'll hit. That will hit. That will hit too, so both hit. So 6 and 13 for a total of 19 damage. That elf is looking really, really, really hurt. Like, as another 2 arrows into them, they're looking like they, even though they just got healed, and you can hear that there's probably more people coming with them, just a little farther behind. Even so, they seem like they look done. Lucy, please roll another death saving throw. You now have 1 HP, and you are able to act this turn. You are up. You are conscious. You are stable.
Well, that helps a lot.
Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. So, we're gonna come to after our little dream, and we're gonna just look around to observe what's going on.
Yeah, you're going to see that in the moment that you were incapacitated, there's a lot of dead elves around, and you're closer to you than they were when you went out.
Kleeck is still sleeping on the dock.
Out of the 2 elves that we can see, which one looks more hurt?
The one up north, or south rather, but the one up above with the gentleman over there on the horse. She looks the worst. She looks near death.
Cool. We're gonna go there to use that as cover.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to go ahead and use our bow. Shoot that one.
That will miss. That will. I'm going to tell you now that's gonna kill them. How do you want to do it? If it did 2 damage, which it was guaranteed to do damage, they only had 2 HP left. They're very dead.
We want some food because we want to get better, so we're just kind of like staring at their neck, and then we're just gonna have the bow go through their neck.
Yeah, sure enough, after having just kind of spoken this healing magic around it, all of a sudden, from Brightleaf, and they're staggering backwards, and they quickly turn. Just as you unleash 1 arrow that flies past them, they come and see the other one, and their head goes flying off and into the water, and their body falls to the side.
Perfect.
You still have your movement and bonus action.
Oh, what can you even do as a bonus action. I don't even think I have anything I could really do. Yeah, I don't really have anything else. We're just gonna just keep our bow out and stay there in cover.
All right.
In the north.
So, as your turn passes, we go to someone else's turn. All right, let me just drag some things to be the right size and everything.
Would drinking like blood at all help us at all?
In what context?
In a sense of, so like the fang bite attack, we have like a water skin, right? Could we use the 2 of those? Like use the bite on the water skin?
I don't know. That's an excellent question. If it's blood that gives you strength, would drinking blood from like just a saved source give you the same boost? And if you're expending the resource of a bite, for instance, then it makes more sense. Yeah, I will go ahead and let you use the bite attack on your I guess, skin or what have you of blood in order to see how much healing you get out of it. You automatically hit. You're not tearing it to shreds. You're just taking a big gulp out of it. So do a normal, just a normal bite. You don't get Giant's Might on it. You're not attacking someone. I just want to see what
Should
you would
I wait till next turn for that? Or...
Up to you.
I mean, if we could do that, then we want to do that.
Then do it. All right, looks like you're going to get 4 health back from quickly chugging down some of the blood that you had saved up. It's a little warm. It's a little stale. Not the right kind of warm, but you can feel it doing its job a little bit as you and some of it's kind of dripping down the sides of your mouth. You're doing this quickly. You're in the heat of a battle. This is no time for relaxing. Also, potions are a bonus action if they're for yourself. So this is just basically a bonus action. I wanted the fanged bite damage to determine how much you healed.
Gotcha.
So, but is that your turn then?
Yep, that's everything.
Alrighty. So then, onto the scene rides the person that Leon has been anticipating, I suppose. This person's dead. And she comes and she sees her dead bodyguards all around. And I'm going to have her look around the area to spot Leon to see if she can even find him at this point, because she knows why she's here. Okay.
She's not going to be seeing anything for long. Ha ha.
You're not hidden. You're on the docks. You're laying down. I'll say with a 13 that she spends her action looking around for you and finds you on the docks there. And she is going to actually ride her horse forward. And as she kind of reins up near Brightleaf, Brightleaf's going to swing her bow and show that she is hostile after having just fired at someone else. And Eve will rein up and let's see. Gotta find those bonus actions.
There are 2 dead people right here, or 2 sleeping people, I should say. No one's attending to them.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct. Sorry, I'm loading up one thing real quick. Oh, it's an action. Well then, she is going to kind of like kick indignantly at Brightleaf, who raises her bow at her and, "Out of my way, peasant!" And that will be her turn. And then the elvish bodyguards, 2 more of them, will appear at the...
Ugh. Oh no.
Yeah.
So about that TPK.
And they will move forward. And now they will be demanding a surrender of y'all. Does anyone make to react to their demand of surrender as these 2 elven bodyguards kind of run up alongside their ward and raise bows?
I might snore loudly.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Yoga's looking at everyone else. He doesn't want to make this decision.
Brightleaf will see that she is outnumbered and kind of glance around at everyone else. We'll see Yoga not like attacking. We'll see Leon is down. We'll see that Bron has one of them kind of pinned to a wall a little bit. And let's see. Let's see what the other one does now that their friends are here. So Bron, in your range, this elf is going to hold their sword out, their bow out to one side and draw their sword again and take 2 stabs at you. So 14 is a miss. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. 19, that one's going to hit, yeah?
Yeah, on my AC.
Dang, okay. 1d6 plus 4, and that is going to be 10 piercing damage as she kind of slashes at you with the short sword. And then 5, 10... 15 is going to kind of dance out of your range. You have your pike, so technically she hasn't exited your combat range yet.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
But now she will with this step, so you can go ahead and attack.
Alright, let's do it. Got 1. No.
Yeah, that's unfortunately going to miss. So with that, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30... elves. Nope, they're not wood elves. That's their turn. Brightleaf is now surrounded, so she's looking like she's going to surrender. With regards to what these 2 elves want to do, does anyone else look like they're surrendering? Lucy, at this time, they also kind of aim their bow at you.
Yoga's gonna kind of put up his hands at this point, and he's looking at Lucy like, "Put up your hands, Lucy."
We're gonna fake a surrender.
Okay, please roll a deception check as you feign surrender. They totally think that you're surrendering. I'm just gonna, a 23, I'm gonna say that they, at this... Okay, no, this is actually an insight check, yeah. They're not the wisest, so I don't even think they can win, but... Yeah, they don't even come close. And at this point, the lady on the horse is not even looking in your direction, so you don't really have to worry about her as much. But the blonde fellow, he is kind of eyeing you a little bit, and he seems to buy it. And yeah, that's the elf bodyguard's turn. Kleeck, over to not you anymore. Okay, so I mean, when you're asleep. So Cade Greenwood is going to...
Wish I could be more helpful, but at this point I just have to stick by the fact that I said he's unconscious, and he's unconscious.
Going to...
Oh,
Yeah,
I mean, you might as well be with 1 HP.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying, like, come up and be awake so that you can make decisions and have agency. Kleeck, I will put it like this. For role-playing purposes, you can wake up at any time that you want, any time that you find appropriate, because technically you would have been awake the whole time anyways, so this is all flavor. So for flavor's sake, I'm not going to tie you into being asleep. I get that. I'm just saying, if you want to wake up for whatever reason, it's all up to you.
All right.
So Cade is going to ride up, and he is going to force me to look at his spell list real quick. Okay, and now I have to look up that spell real quick. Okay, so this does not count as a charm. It counts as an enchantment. So everyone that's going to be affected by it. So let's see who all is within 60 feet of Cade Greenwood as he casts Enthrall. So one action, 60 feet. Oh, for a duration for a minute. Duration is okay. No, that means it lasts for a while. So he is going to hit everyone within 60 feet. So Kleeck, you might be enthralled to sleep. That's going to be everyone. So he is going to begin to put on a performance, kind of strumming at his lute while on the back of his horse, and say, you know, "Oh, leave them be. There's no reason to harm them all. Come, why can't we just? Oh, geez, look at those dead people. Never mind. We can find peace here today, can't we? Come now, everyone, let us join hands and sing along together." And really just playing it up. And anyone who's paying attention and really kind of seeing it would go, "This guy is full of shit." But everyone else needs to roll a wisdom saving throw.
I guess I'll roll. If you want.
No, I mean anyone who's unconscious doesn't matter.
I'll roll for funsies.
Cool.
Assuming that's success.
Eve is a... Well, let's see. Yeah, the 22 will succeed. I think the DC is... The DC is 16. So Lucy, Yoga, Bron, all three of you are enthralled by Cade Greenwood for the next minute. Any creature that can't be charmed succeeds on this saving throw automatically. Can't be charmed. Okay, not just has... Or if you or your companions are fighting a creature, you have advantage on the save. I guess technically you all have advantage. Technically kind of fighting Cade. So Bron 18 would have succeeded. And Lucy and Yoga actually go ahead and roll again because you have advantage. 15 then and 5 would have failed. And Yoga, yes, 13 and 14 would have failed. So Bron, you are not charmed and enthralled. But Lucy and Yoga, both of you, you have failed. So you have disadvantage on perception checks made to perceive any creature other than the caster. So your eyes are kind of locked on Cade Greenwood for a moment. And he continues to gabble on about how everyone should be at peace together. It doesn't say it's a charm ability, so I'm going to run the elves as not having advantage against it. Also, he doesn't know they're using it on him because they think he's on their team. So I am going to have them roll with +1s. So this is for the ones standing directly next to him. They are also charmed. Or not charmed, enchanted for the moment. So I'm going to do yellow. Rolling for 20 +1. That's a save. Rolling for Eve, who fails. So Eve is currently also enthralled. Everyone who's enthralled. And then for right relief, I believe it's that. So she will just barely not be enthralled. The elf just south of her, who also saves. And Yoga, you are also enthralled. So, everyone with yellow cannot keep their eyes off of Cade Greenwood as he sings a song of peace and love and friendship and unity, and brings his horse to kind of block anyone from getting to Lucy. And it is now Rhea's turn. And from her hidden spot where no one... Oh, she's actually going to have to also roll in order to perceive anyone. Wisdom. Okay. +2. She is also enthralled. So, What's she gonna do? She has to. It's a passive wisdom perception to perceive anyone else, right? Is it okay? So I'm just curious, and I'm going to ask all the other players here what they think. The wording for enthrall says, on a failed save, the target has disadvantage on perception checks made to perceive any creature other than the caster until the spell ends, or they can no longer hear them. So does that disadvantage on wisdom perception checks, to you, does that mean that you have to make an active roll, or it just means that you have to make a disadvantage roll to even target people? I guess I'm trying to get the nuance of it.
I think it makes sense that, like, you have to... What'd you say?
It's what it says.
So you have to take the action to do the check to see if you can notice someone else, then you can do stuff. Okay.
I think, just so people don't like always say, well, I'm just going to take the disadvantage, they kind of need to steal their resolve to look away, and then they still have disadvantage, is what I think.
Well, I'm going to have it that since Rhea is enthralled, and it's not a concentration spell, and she can only see the guy, and he's singing, she is going to throw a dagger at him from her hidden spot. And it'll be half cover and over range, but she's also hidden, so it'll be a straight roll where his AC is +2.
That's so funny. When I was doing a count earlier, I didn't see Rhea. What a sneaky rogue.
Yep, that's how it happens. And a 19 against his... Yep, that's not enough. So she'll hit him, and he'll suddenly have a dagger just into his shoulder, and he is looking a little upset about that.
I'm assuming that's a concentration check as well.
It's not a concentration spell.
Ooh.
So he just takes 21 damage as a dagger kind of appears out of nowhere and thuds into him. And all of a sudden, Cade Greenwood is looking pretty dang hurt. He kind of slumps in the saddle a little bit, and his song faltered. He's like, "Yeah, peace. Let's all just get along now." And Rhea is revealed briefly before she kind of tries to duck back into the rubble there, and does so with murderous aplomb.
I was about to say she also kind of has advantage because people can't really perceive her right now.
Yeah, most people can't even look away from Cade. So a number of people like Yoga, Lucy, Eve, and the elven bodyguard right next to Cade, they all turned and saw that they've all been watching him the whole time, and all of a sudden there's a knife, and they're like, oh my gosh, like, are you all right? So he's injured there. And Leon, over to you. Please roll another. Oh wait, were you healed?
I'm stable.
Oh, you're stable. So your turn is just it passes, right?
Yeah.
All right.
No interesting roll. Sorry.
That's fine. Yoga, it is you. You are enthralled. There's technically no save that you can make between turns. It's just going to last for 1 minute as long as he is not incapacitated or he can no longer speak. He can keep speaking right now, so the spell continues. Bron knows a spell that can shut down a bard.
So my perception is at him, right? But I could still cast a spell.
Mm-hmm. You can't perceive that there is anyone else there, though, but Cade. Unless you roll with disadvantage. It literally says, on a failed save, the target, you have disadvantage on checks made to perceive any creature other than him until the spell fades.
Okay, well, so here, I'll just tell you my plan, and you can tell me how you think that. I was going to cast Fog Cloud here just to give these two cover in case of any shenanigans.
That is not the worst idea at all.
You think that'd make sense with the enthrall still?
That is absolutely a legitimate idea. Yeah, just because you can't perceive of anyone else doesn't mean you don't like know that you can't perceive of them. I would say it's fine. I would say it's fine.
That's why I was thinking, because like I didn't just forget their existence. I think.
Yeah, exactly. You may not like know where they are. You may have behind you somewhere, still maybe down the pier, but like, just his call to peace, love, and understanding is just so strong. You can't look away. Look at him. He's got blonde hair. That blood. It even just makes him look that much more majestic and elegant as he sits astride this dappled gelding, and the front of his shirt is unlaced, and you just this guy is enthralling.
Yeah. So what's gonna happen? I'm gonna just try this. Yoga is like, even though he's standing still, he's kind of sweating, having to focus on this, but he manages to kind of point his fingers backwards and cast Fog Cloud at second level, right here.
How big?
40. It's a 40-foot radius because it's second level. Can I make drawings, or does that have to be the DM?
You can make drawings. Anyone can make drawings. Let me. You said it starts like at that point?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Tiny
so
circle.
a 40-foot, a 40-foot radius from there is to here. So you're enveloped by it too.
Yeah.
Okay. That's going to be a pretty big circle. Sorry. It's about that big, right? Somewhere around there?
Yeah. Now,
roughly,
with the enthrall spell, do you
Whatever,
think
it's
I
fine.
could still pick up Leon and start to move him?
With the enthrall spell, you cannot perceive that he is there.
Okay.
It's like your friend is nearby, but you can't perceive of his. Your eyes are locked on the other dude.
That makes sense.
You cast your spell, so that was an action. I think it's an action to do a perception check. So, unfortunately, it took all your focus to cast that fog cloud, given that this guy is just very much something worth watching.
No, I think that's a fair compromise.
Could fill around.
Yeah,
what?
but I've like, my focus is on. I'm fine with that. I say that's all I'm going to do on my turn.
So everyone inside that bounds is now heavily obscured as a large, thick cloud of fog suddenly forms against the side of the docks. Most of the front of the Covendress is, well, not most of it, but the front of the Covendress is enveloped, and no one can really see the boat anymore at all. Like, the boat is completely lost from view to anyone who looks in that direction because of the angle. Maybe like the crow's nest would be viewable from Bron's angle, maybe from Lucy's angle because she's big, but for the most part, it is hidden. The 40-foot tall cloud of fog.
I love upcasting fog cloud.
It's an interesting one. Is that the end of your turn, though?
That is the end of my turn. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Sure. Bronio.
Bronio. Are we trying to fucking get the fuck out of Dodge, or are we surrendering, or what are we doing right now?
So they've demanded you surrender. Brightleaf kind of looked like she was going to surrender because she's surrounded. Then this guy started singing, and Rhea was like, "God damn it," and threw a knife at him. So he's still singing, but it's anyone's guess whether or not this is going to end peacefully, because there's also a huge fog cloud now, and Yoga can't even be seen. So, like, half the party's in one state or another. It's you don't know what's going on. You don't know what the plan is. What does Bron want?
Bron is going to see the fog cloud, look at the situation, and he's going to assume that we're running. And he's at 1 HP, so he's going to want to run as well.
Oh,
so
snap.
I am going to cast Silence right here.
Oh, man. How big is the radius on that?
It is 20 feet.
Okay, so please do the center of it for me again.
I'm going to cast it right here.
Okay, so I'll do the center. And then 20-foot radius. 5, 10, 15, 20. 5, 10, 15, 20. 5, 10, 15, 20. It's like that big. Suddenly, no one is enthralled anymore, and you can't hear this very average blonde man's voice anymore. So no one is enthralled anymore. Silent spell takes hold, and the performance isn't that interesting either with no sound. Huh. Who would thunk?
Now, Bron, bleeding and fucking clearly in a lot of pain, is gonna limp over here.
Absolutely. Top speed out. And you just step into the fog cloud at the end of your...
Yeah. And that is my turn.
Okay. Not able to see anything. Let's see. Or not in...
I'm gonna make another circle around your circle just because I want to mess with the drawing tool, if that's okay.
Do what you want to do. Go ahead. I'm trying to figure out what Brightleaf would do in this moment because it's a moment, all right.
How the heck?
Okay. Okay. Brightleaf is going to do some crazy ninja shit. Okay. I'm gonna roll her an athletic check to see if it's doable because she's gonna see the situation and she's going to... Okay, I'll give her a 16. Yeah, she will make it with a 16. So 5. She'll hop past the elven bodyguard there onto the crates here, using the destroyed part that's been knocked askew a little bit as a little bit of a handhold to get higher up. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to jump to the building over here, and then 30, and she is now above the kind of above everyone, and she will pull 2 arrows that kind of crackle with a little bit of arcane lightning energy, and she will fire 2 bolt arrows that creatures in a 5-foot line to target have to take a DC 15 dex save, or they take 1d8 lightning damage. So she is going to fire at the elven bodyguard in order to hit everyone's 1d20.
That is a setup. Wow.
I didn't see it when I was starting.
No, I'm not like saying, "Oh, the DM cheated," but
I was like, "Oh, what would you? Oh, an arrow, a line. Okay. So that first one's gonna hit. It's 1d8 plus 5. Oh, so that'll be 8 because a percentage is 5. So they'll take 8. The other one misses, but everyone in a line is gonna have to take 2 dex saves anyways as flies past. So I'm gonna do a lot of dex saves real quick. So elven bodyguards. 3.
this is lightning damage, right?
Yes.
Double checking it wasn't thunder.
Lightning and lightning. Okay, so that's going to be 2. Bodyguard dodged all the lightning damage. Now the 2 horses. What's the dex on a horse? Offhand. What's the dex mod?
Probably a plus
13.
2.
Plus 2?
don't. Let me Google it. I'm
Plus
sitting
1,
here.
plus 2. I don't know.
Is it just a draft horse?
He's a riding horse, yeah.
Dex is a plus 0.
It's a 0. Okay. Well, that makes it easy. So, horse, Eve's
Riding
horse.
is plus
Fail.
0.
Eve's
dex.
horse again. Fail. Cade's horse. Cade's horse again. Okay, so both horses failed. So both horses are going to take 2d8 lightning damage. This is Eve's. This is Cade's. Wow. Okay, so how much health does a horse have? 13. So it looks like both horses die out from underneath the 2. And now I need to roll the dex saves for the 2 of them. So 1d20 plus whatever is on.
I can feel my
Fail.
bill
Success.
for this guy adding up really quick.
Your what? Bill.
Yeah.
So a little bit
Brightleaf
of the
is probably
crackling
gonna
lightning
kill
energy.
him, to be quite honest.
It's possible. It's entirely possible.
But yeah, right now Yoga can't see. He has a fog cloud over himself, and now he can't hear anything.
K takes 1d8. He takes another 3. Okay, and that was Brightleaf's turn. Lucy, it's you. You see her on top of the building, suddenly hop kind of over and past you, fire these 2 streaks of lightning, these arrows blasting down, and both of the horses go out from underneath the 2 noble-looking folks. And they tumble to the ground, and you're spared the death cries of the horses, which truly are terrifying if you've ever heard them, as they just kind of die silently in this sudden bubble of no noise whatsoever. Lucy, what are you doing?
How tall are these buildings next to us?
They're probably about 20 feet up. You could easily scale one in one turn with your ridiculous movement speed and your ability.
Spider climb.
Do we see if there's any lip on the top that you could kind of take cover behind?
You can't tell from down here.
Will we be able to see Brightleaf at all?
You can see Brightleaf a little bit from where you are because you're tall and she's close to that edge.
Does it look like there's any sort of cover that's kind of...
Not really. It looks kind of flat. Maybe there's a little bit of a lip, but it's not like crenellations or anything. Yeah.
Out of the elves, which one looks the most hurt that we can see?
This one here. The one closest to you on the... yeah, just right here. They look pretty hurt.
We're actually gonna just go up the building behind Brightleaf.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're gonna shoot a bow at that one.
Very good. Fire away. That's a hit.
10.
That 10 of a shot will miss, however. So 10 damage. Thud. You hit them pretty squarely, and you see them stagger, but they are still up. Anything else for you there, Lucy?
Does elevation help anything?
No, unfortunately. It could give you advantage on other things, like if you were up there and you were, let's say you had a reach weapon or something and you were stabbing downwards at people that were trying to climb up, I would give you advantage because you have a height advantage.
Okay.
But
it also does
being up above, it also does another 1 damage. Thank you. The shaft, for some reason, that much larger because you're larger, so your arrows are larger. I love that though. It's a really funny quirk of the ability. Is that it for you then?
So we would have used 20, 5 cents. That would have been 30. We have 15 left. So if we go, yeah, we're gonna go there. That's our turn.
Gotcha. All right. All right. So Eve is going to... She's prone after having fallen from the horse. I'm going to stand, which is going to take 15 feet of movement. Then she will... let's see. She does not necessarily know where the center of the source is, but she knows where she got shot from. So she is going to turn and look up at Brightleaf on top of the building. And I'm just going to do a quick check for her to see if she gets lucky. She gets lucky. She runs for cover, senses that she can hear noises again, and from the cover of the crates, seeing only a wall of fog on one side, enemy building, 2 enemies actually, will raise her hands and let's see. She will fire a ray of frost at Lucy, and then will use a sorcery point to twin that spell and fire a ray of frost at Brightleaf. Sorry, that was Brightleaf. This next one is for you, Lucy. That one's going to miss, but the first one's going to hit Brightleaf, and let's see, it is... Hits her for 8 cold damage, and you see a coating of frost kind of go over Brightleaf a little bit as it slams over her shoulder and kind of freezes a bit. Ice chunks digging into her, and she kind of staggers back. And that was your turn. Evrazon's turn. Okay, now the elven bodyguards are also going to turn and see the 2 of you on the building. Kind of move for cover.
Silence is still up, by the way, right?
It is still up, yes. They can't see any other enemies, though. They just see the people on the top that killed the horses out from underneath their boss and then started shooting at them. So, one down here is going to shoot 3 shots at Brightleaf. So that's going to be a... What is it? Miss hit. It's 10 damage to Brightleaf. All right, and then the other one will. Let's see. They will do these. That's gonna hit. That's gonna miss. That's gonna miss. So 1d8 plus 4. So another 12 damage. And let me double check what her HP is, because I think she just went down. She was at 1 HP before that, and now she is down. So as she falls prone, unconscious, she is actually no longer in anyone's view because you're up above and she's prone and not large along the edge of the building, so they can't really see her. And so the third one is going to see you, Lucy, and take 3 shots at you.
I have my fingers crossed
20.
for you.
Yep.
Oh no.
9 damage.
I go down.
So now you collapse onto the building, and you are also and also difficult to view. And as you go down, the elf is going to stop shooting, and that is the end of the turn. And now I'm going to roll some more smarmy d20s. Yeah. Okay. So from the north, you suddenly hear a very loud roar along the lines of... So sorry about the ears there.
Peak.
And... You see, of the sudden, the noise has been noticed, the commotion, the disturbance, and of the sudden, there is some measure of accountability on the way.
Oh no! Consequences for our actions!
I wouldn't say us.
Yeah, who said you? What did you do wrong? You were attacked. You guys have been spouting that for a week now.
True.
I mean, also they had that dot guy who knows that these elves peoples that helps them.
You guys are gonna love my next turn, by the way.
It's almost yours, Gareth Miles, and then.
So maybe these guys get blamed for the barge.
We'll see what happens. And then for Gareth. This music's pretty bumping too, I will say that.
Yeah. Did you change music, or is this the same one that was playing earlier?
I've been changing it.
Alright.
It has been a changing.
The music, there is a changing. Alright, and then we go descending again. And we are at the top of the we were at Kleeck, right? As we finished the Elven Bodyguards. Kleeck is asleep. Did you want to wake up there, boss?
He is sleeping like a baby. He's gonna wake up to an interesting situation.
You can't see anything, Kleeck.
Cade Greenwood, now getting up off injured, is going to scamper and look for cover, and is going to try and heal himself and find that he still can't because he's in the silent spell. And he's going to start to freak out and dash. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So he's dashing down the pier, realizes he can sense again, and let's see what he has on his list of fun stuff. Okay, he's just going to cast Healing Word on himself. Oh, thank goodness I got out of that. So he's just going to 1d4 plus... he's skillful.
He's a little panicked at the moment. Makes sense.
He's a little panicked at the moment. Rhea is still hidden and is going to knife. 20 minus 1 at the most injured elf. It's a 7. Okay. 18 is going to hit, so it's 1d4 plus. What happens when you have like 10 daggers, you know? 4 plus 3, 6. 19. Okay, so that elf is looking very, very hurt. And Rhea is suddenly going to... She's going to make the same move that Brightleaf did. And 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Take an opportunity attack from miss. And is going to bonus action dash in order to get the required speed to jump, and will leap out of the attack range of another one and get enough into the space that she can't be spotted either. But let me do the attack of opportunity first, which is also going to miss. So Rhea is now up with Brightleaf and Lucy and cannot be seen by anyone because of how small she is and the angle and the distance away from the roof's edge. She's staying low, and that was her turn. Captain Gareth Miles is going to begin sprinting in this direction. Let's see. That's 60 there. So he's got another 20 feet. Yep. So he is just, like, he's on all fours as he just tears at the ground with his claws, and as he kind of skids to a stop where he ends up, he kind of swirls in the dirt and like draws both of his long swords, and you can see that like he's got slaver dripping from his jaws. He's got his teeth, his shiny bright white rows of fangs, and he is ready to tear someone up. He is done with the shit going down in his city. The fog cloud and the explosions were easy to center in on, so it just was a matter of time before he got here. And you will all cease this at once. And Leon, You are stilled out, so yoga.
Huh. Okay, that might change things, because I can hear him.
For God's sake, don't hit the turtle, or hit the lion. We're in enough shit as is.
I would not hit the lion. I recognize him, so... See, I don't have any information. I don't know where anyone is, even if I go in.
Yoga, you are basically blind. You are in a cloud of fog. You can't see anyone even 5 feet in front of you. You can see the pier underneath your feet. The thickness of the fog lends an eerie silence to the world. You're not even in the silence bubble, but sounds are deafened here. You hear the roar, but it sounds like it's maybe hundreds of feet away instead of 40.
Alright. I'm gonna do what I originally intended it to do, then, because Yoga's in a panic. I'm gonna send Ascending to Lucy. Because I don't know where she's at.
You will immediately, upon attempting to cast the sending spell, notice that there is no conscious mind to receive it as you are aiming for Lucy.
Does that mean I still have my spell slot, or...
I would say that you still have the spell slot because as part of the sending spell, you have to like make that connection. I believe it says that in it.
Let me put it in here.
Like if you attempt to use a sending stone to cast the sending spell and communicate with the other person who has the stone, and there's no one there to use it, the charge isn't used up. It just doesn't go through. That's how I am going to run it, and that's how I thought it was run and how we've used it before. So I would say that you keep the spell slot and nothing comes through, and you know that something's wrong because of that.
So after that, I'm gonna kind of bring forth. I'm gonna kind of say, Lucy, Lucy, and then I'm gonna enter here and continue shouting, Lucy.
You find as you enter this area just outside of the fog cloud that there is no sound.
Actually, I'll stop right here once I see these two.
Yeah, there is no sound. They're both preoccupied. They're looking up at the building.
Actually, like, based off of that description of that, like, couldn't you still technically hear? Because it's in the mind, and you could possibly still have it if you're, like, dreaming or something, as an example.
Well, how do we want to do this? Do you want Yoga to have cast that spell and have it
honestly,
be
I
speaking
disagree
into
with
the dream mind?
I disagree with Lucy's interpretation, to be quite honest.
I feel like the fact that you're unconscious means that you can't receive it. I mean, it says you can go to any other plane of existence, which to me even says that if you're a spirit on whatever plane, like, you could then talk to the dead, you'd think, as long as you know who. And I don't think that makes sense, so I don't know. I feel like because you're unconscious, it probably wouldn't work, but what did you want to do then otherwise, Yoga?
That's it. I'm kind of looking at the scene around me. That's my turn.
Yeah, it looks like the elves are all frantically trying to find cover, aiming. So they don't really notice you walk out of the fog cloud. They kind of saw everyone retreat into the fog cloud, and they've now turned their attention to the newest threat that's attacking them still. So, Byrono, Bron.
I'm going to drink a potion of greater healing.
Roll it.
Rolling.
This is your bonus. So 19.
Yep.
Dang.
Oh my god.
That is almost.
That's all fours almost.
Isn't it an action to drink a healing potion?
Bonus action if you're using a potion on yourself. It's a different thing entirely to cup someone's head in your arms and feed them a potion, than it is to do it for yourself. I would say that, because it's a bonus action, you could action drink a potion and bonus action drink a potion on your turn. Double fist two things in order to get two effects. Just that's your turn. Maybe you do it while running. I don't know. It's up to you.
I wanted to drink that potion, and then could I cast Shield of Faith as an action then? Because that's also a bonus action.
Yes. Oh, could you cast Field of Faith? No, you wouldn't be able to, because that would. You could then drink your potion as an action.
There you go. All right, let's do that.
Yeah. For yourself, it's either.
Alright, so I'll cast Shield of Faith to myself, and then Silence goes down, because they're both concentration.
Okay. Let me try and select that dang thing. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Gotta zoom in. That's what it is. There you go. Okay. Shield of Faith. Your AC is 2'd up.
Hell yeah.
And you suddenly you can hear yourself again as you are crying out. You'd open your mouth and you feel your vocal cords like moving, but nothing comes out. And all of a sudden, Lucy! Lucy! You can hear yourself again.
Alright, then I'm just gonna move here, still in the cloud, and then that's gonna be my turn for now.
Okay. From where you are, you can kind of peek out of the cloud and see where you are a little bit. So, the Sichuan Elite Guard are going to book it 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So, a squadron of the more heavily armed Guardian Sichuan in their, kind of heavy scale mail, and you see that this particular group, they all seem to be carrying kind of an array of weapons. They each are equipped with a halberd, a heavy crossbow, a morning star, and a shield. And they are moving very efficiently together as one clanking armored unit towards y'all. They dash for their turn, so they don't do anything other than run in your direction. So it is now Brightleaf's turn, and she is down, so I'm going to take the death saving throw. That is a failure of a death saving throw. Lucy, please take for me a death saving throw. They were all renewed, so you're back at 0 again. That is a failure of a death saving throw. We will go back to Ythremil, who can no longer see any enemies and is looking around. Sees. Let's see if she actually can read the room a little bit better than maybe the lion, who is reading it really well right now, actually, as he runs in angry as shit. Okay, she's going to turn and see the very, very wrathful lion charging towards the party. Can only really see one enemy, and that a turtle that just appears to be yelling, not really attacking, looking for a comrade. And she will kind of step up out from behind the crates, keeping an eye on the roof line. Captain Miles, you've come just in time. These ruffians to me. And so she is going to kind of step out, and as she keeps a wary, I'm going to say she takes the dodge action as she keeps a wary eye on the roofline. She's going to kind of step out and motion for her guards to kind of like flank up around her. And that's going to be her turn. I'm going to roll a deception check for her to see if that gets any traction with the not so wily captain. Let's see. Okay.
I mean, this would have been sick if I had a really low roll to give her. Doesn't matter. Unless... Okay.
Oh, doesn't matter. Not even a little.
So, the guard captain looks around and sees all of the dead elves around him, and can't really see their attackers at this time. Looks over at Cade Greenwood, who is also injured with a knife still sticking out of his shoulder, kind of limping frantically away from the area. He sees the turtle, who he's actually seen before and spoken with briefly. He doesn't really see any of the other people on the roof or in the fog clouds. So right now, all he sees is Eve, Cade, and a bunch of living and dead elves and some dead horses and a big fog cloud.
And Yoga.
So that's, and Yoga. And that's his turn. The elves, for their part, are going to cease attacking, and they are going to kind of move to surround their ward. This one here is quite injured, so they kind of step back, and you sense that in this moment, it's like the elves have stopped fighting. So combat can end here if you want it to end, and we can go to roleplay. Or you can continue to be combative in this space. So I'm going to kind of like ask each of you as your turn, and I know not even so that's kind of why I'm offering this stop. So elves are done. Kleeck is asleep. Cade sees that the guards are here and kind of tosses up his hands. He hadn't drawn a sword the whole time. He only has his harp out. He is surrendering. He's done. Rhea is on the roof, and she is going to does she have a healing anything? That's not good. Okay, so she is going to try desperately to medicine check you, Lucy, to keep you from dying. And medicine is what? Wisdom, or?
It is Wisma.
It's Wisma. Okay, thank you. So it's 1d20. That Lisdexia when it gets going. Okay, so Lucy, I'm going to give you a successful death saving throw as a result of that 16 as, let's see. She's trying to, like, do chest palpitations, but is having trouble with your arm. So she kind of, like, unlatches it a little bit and kind of, like, removes the breastplate a little bit, gets underneath and gets under your ribs, is trying to do something to bring you back. But yeah, you get a successful death saving throw out of that. And that will be her turn. Gareth's part, he will kind of charge forward. He just looks furious and what is the meaning of this? You say that who started this? And he's looking at Eve on who is going to reply. They fled into the cloud and some of them are up on that building. I don't know, dear. Protect me. Do your job. And I'm going to roll another.
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm gonna I have my hands up and I kind of have one finger as like, I can drop the fog cloud if you get your guards over there. 2 of my friends are there. They're unconscious.
Go ahead and roll persuasion with advantage.
Persuasion.
Actually, wait. Let's wait until your turn because it's about to come up. And his turn was just yelling that, and now it's your turn. Please roll persuasion with advantage.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, you're still alive, Leon. You're okay. So with a 19, it's a DC thing. So he's going to look at you, and you can see him kind of like close his lips over his, fangs, and just the extremely grim visage of this very angry Leonin as he nods at you. But his eyes are hard, and he looks like he won't deal with any funny business. But he turns to you and says, kind of, okay.
I drop the fog cloud, and then I point to the soldiers and my 2 friends, and I kind of like, I'm not moving because I don't want to pose myself as a threat, but I'm like rushing my hands like, get over there.
Yeah, okay. They get the message. Bron, your turn.
As the fog goes down, I'm totally gonna just hide the fact that I was just about to rush in and fucking attack everybody.
Okay, just for shits, performance check.
Hide the rage.
11.
Okay, with an 11, you pull off a somewhat convincing double fake, and you check your swing as you sense the clouds start to fade. But anyone would maybe then notice that you definitely are still. What are you equipped with? A pike and a shield, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, you have like a magic aura of protection around you, and you're holding a pike and a shield, and you're wearing armor and bloodied, and you have arrows sticking out of you. You definitely look like you've been in fighting. So you don't look like you were about to attack them because of your performance check, but you look like you've been fighting. So couldn't hide that. But yeah, anything else you want to do on your turn?
No, I'm just gonna stand there and kind of eye him up.
Okay. So as you pass the Sichuan Elite Guard, will 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then 5, 10,
Did you just start
15,
streaming?
20,
For
25,
Genshin.
30. One of them will go to Cade and kind of like secure him, and like he's not giving them any trouble, but they're like kind of pushing him up against the wall and like cuffing him. So I'm gonna actually put him as restrained because he is not fighting it. Please, no, not the harp. Please don't. They gently set the harp off to the side. Just put it in the case, please. They don't put it in the case. Brightleaf will make a death saving throw. She succeeds. You know, if she had failed, she would have been dead there. So, something to keep an eye on. If she'd gotten the minus, the natural one, she would have died there, as so many others have before her. Lucy, please make another death saving throw. Same goes for you. That is a failure. So you have 2 death saving throw fails at this time, correct?
Yep.
All right. Eve is going to look aghast at the captain as he calmly replies to Yoga and says, "Why are you not cutting him down where he stands? This fool attacked me. The same with the rest of them on the pier over there. Do your job and cut them down now." And she is going to attempt to persuade him to do that.
Oh, you lying shitter.
Disadvantage, maybe, because Yoga has his hands up?
Or because I've been nothing but upfront with this lion dude?
I mean, that's definitely true. You guys have been pretty dang upfront with the lion dude thus far.
Names are hard in stressful situations.
No, that's fine. That's totally fine. Let's see. It was a 7. So an 11 to persuade is actually not going to do it. So he's going to just turn and like harshly glare. "Quiet, you! You've been more than enough trouble."
Yes.
And the elven bodyguards will kind of square up around her and like defensively, like, "Oh, our boss is getting yelled at. We don't like that." But at this time, if everyone has kind of like finished their thing, we will drop it. I'm just going to go through real quick and say, Kleeck's asleep. Cade is getting manhandled by guards. Rhea is going to have a thought, and she's going to take one of her daggers, and she's going to open your mouth, Lucy, and she's going to kind of stab the dagger into her hand and let the blood dribble into your mouth, and you will get 1 HP and come back to consciousness. Please also make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, balls.
You feel a little heady because the blood is rich as you come to, actually, with your friend bleeding herself into your mouth. As I said, you have 1 HP and you are now conscious. The lion will I'm going to have him do an investigation because he is pissed and trying to find out what's going on. And he is not... Yeah, you can get smaller at this point. It's been a little while. I would say at this point you can revert. You can even... Can you choose to revert after you've done Giant's Might?
It just says it lasts a minute, but I'm pretty sure it's been a minute at this point, because...
Yeah, I would be fine with saying that too. It's
probably like 8 or 9 turns almost. So.
Yeah, it kind of has. Okay.
I need to know, is Rhea and Lucy standing or are they hiding?
Rhea is small and she's farther back. She was kind of crouching, but and technically Lucy would still be down until she stands up. We're not really in initiative order anymore. Let's see. I have to...
After Gareth makes his check, before hopefully anyone makes another death save, Yoga is going to try and say something.
So he's going to see that the horses appear to have been struck by lightning. He's going to see that a number of the people around nearby, there's arrows just sticking out of everything. There's like frost crystals on things. There's scorch marks. There's flaming debris from where minute meteors have smashed into things. There's a number of elves that are dead in a variety of ways. There's one that seems to have been partially melted by acid, one that's been, kind of just arrowed to death, one that's been kind of blasted apart by exploding arrows. There's just a number of different dead elves, and no one's really even gotten to Ythremil yet over on the pier, which there is also a hole in the pier. So, he looks around the scene and he sees a lot of death. He does not notice the people on the roof, however. Let's see. I'm going to do... as we go through order, it would have been Leon, who's still asleep at this point. Yoga, it's your turn. So if you wanted to do your thing, go right ahead.
Okay. The noble mentioned the people on the roof, though, right?
Yes, she did mention that there were people on the roof, that they were also in cahoots and attacking.
So I'm going to plead to Gareth Mile real quick. My friends are on the roof. I won't try anything. I need to heal them.
Go.
Oh my.
Roll persuasion real quick. With advantage.
Again, really
they trust you a little bit more. 21 will do it. Yes, you're good. Go.
And I was surprised I was not going to be able to do that. I put my hands on Brightleaf, spare the dying. I see that those two are up, and then I kind of look at them too, and then after I see that they're maybe, I don't know what their plan is. I just kind of. So I do the same thing I did with Leon.
Yeah. Okay. So you can sense that she has stabilized under your hand. You see Rhea kind of still leaning over Lucy. Her hand is bloodied a little bit, but she looks intensely relieved to see her friend conscious again. But yeah, in this space, I am going to remove turn order because everyone is stable and the situation is relatively stable. And so the guards are going to come. What was that?
You make me small. I can't control.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. That's very strange. Let me make you small.
Yoga doesn't want to get rid if they're gonna stealth. So after he spare the dying Brightleaf, he's gonna jump back down and kind of lean against this crate and just has his hands up and he's like, "Okay, I've done everything. Thank you."
Gotcha. Absolutely. So let me.
Also, I assume normally I would not have been able to get on the rooftop, but I still have jump.
As you're all kind of standing there, you see a figure along with a number of fellows come along from the south. And it is someone, Yoga, that you recognize. It is Duke Ambrose Lorgner. For the purposes of this, I'm not going to put all his huntsmen in, mostly because I don't have the tokens for them ready. But suffice it to say that combat at this point becomes a bit of a mess because there's so many people that are now swarming the pier. I actually have this coming as well. So let's give you a little while to play around with what you got now. What do you guys want to do in this space?
Can I wake up?
It's a D4, I think, like rules is written. D4 hours.
D4 hours. Music's fitting right now. It's tense. You have an extremely angry Leonin with a bunch of guards securing the area after a kind of an unprecedented slaughter along the pier. Everyone who's a civilian is gone. They heard the commotion after the explosion earlier with Thunderstep, and no one's really around here. So you have more guards swarming the area, and they are starting to try and secure what there is here now. So who wants to do what? All the elves that are around Eve are kind of keeping her, safe, and they're surrounding her and everything, not really letting anyone approach if they try to. But Gareth is staying a little bit of a safe distance away, as he still has his swords out, though. Like, his hands are still gripped tightly around the two long swords. At this point, let's actually take a break, everyone, because we are a little bit into this one. So,
I assume we're going longer because
yes, it is vacation time. So we will continue in like maybe 2-3 minutes. Everyone drinks and restroom break. So
Yes, thank you. I'll be right back.
yeah, I just felt like, we are done with combat. So let's pause before potentially it starts back up, or we go into some fun RP stuff. So yeah, BRB. 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute. Pickles.
Pickles.
They're so good. They're the sour pickles too.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so good. Like it's from it's like the Mount Olive. It's like whole sours. I don't know, I really love them. They're like the tiny ones.
Okay. Wait, are those the ones they use for relish? Or are those just regular?
No idea.
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. So stressful.
Yo, yo ho, DM's life for me.
Who is that? Is that Kenshin?
Yes, sir.
You enjoying this show, bro?
Absolutely. This was fantastic. I wish I could listen to it more in depth, though.
Well, from what I understand, the video will be up in the next 3 or 4 days, so there you go. There's your intent listening.
I mean, listening to this stuff, it really is revving me up for when I start back up again. I can't wait.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm back.
Adam.
Welcome. Well, hello there.
Hello there. Yeah, so I definitely know what I'm doing in the next. If Leon dies, I have a character so ready.
You're not dead unless they decide to just murder you on the spot and...
What?
Not going to start combat again, though?
We still have 2 more diamonds.
We have 2 more diamonds, but we also have... Yeah, we have one. We have one in the ship, and we have one on Riley.
The DM can kill you now.
Stop that.
See, here's the thing, though. The only people that would kill you are the elves, and I don't think they're gonna blow the noble cover to kill you right now. You're stable, and you have 2 guards that I made watch you 2.
I would not put it past Eve, but if it doesn't, great. If she does, that's a lot of people to fight through for them.
I have returned.
So we'll see what happens, but stress.
So where is everyone back?
I'm back.
Pickles up and wash my hand.
All right, no worries. Let's assume that everyone's back, and I will say, in this moment, who wants to do what? You have Gareth Miles kind of motioning for people to move into certain areas. Let's see. After the first little bit, Cade Greenwood is kind of moved over to the side. Everyone's kind of grouped up next to this building. The guards are kind of surrounding them and keeping them a little corralled as the 2 here go to check on these 2 that Yoga told them about. And they'll find that you're both alive. And let's see. I'll say that you'll both be awoken as the 2 guards. They're trying to see if you're alive at all, and they kind of shake you awake. So Kleeck, you'll be shaken awake, and Leon, you also will be shaken awake. You're both very sore.
Oh, wow.
Hey, get up.
Whoa. Wait, what? What's happening?
That's what we're looking to find out. Now, can you stand?
Give me a hand, and I'll reach up at him.
He looks at you, and there's a little bit of a level stare in his eyes, I really, really shouldn't even reach for you because that's security thing. So please roll persuasion to see if your masked face can look plaintive enough that you actually need a hand up.
19.
Okay, yeah, actually it will. So he'll reach down and he'll help you up, and as soon as he helps you up, unless you do anything, he'll step back and kind of give you a little space and say, all right then, down the pier with you, and point, kind of in this general direction.
Okay. I want to start like hobbling, leaning on the staff.
Yeah, he'll let you pass. Kleeck, Astro, are you back? By the way. No, Astro's still gone. Okay.
Oh shit.
That's fine. We'll just leave it alone for the moment and continue. Bron, what are you up to? As you are also going to be sort of corralled, but in a different area. You're asked to move over to the side. Yoga, you as well. Kind of like sit over at the edge of the pier here. Yeah.
Bron is he's just going to this whole time. By the way, is gonna just dead eyes locked on to.
Hey, hi, Astron.
Sorry, this bitch right here with this kind of "I'm coming for you one day, bitch" face.
She turns and sees you, and go ahead and roll intimidate. I just want to see what happens as you give the evil eye at her.
Not very good.
She'll turn and she'll like kind of give you the up and down, like a quick glance from afar, and you see sort of like this smirk cross her, and she just like a little bit of.
Bron might be growling right now.
Yeah, she doesn't seem all that impressed by you. She didn't see what you did, but she doesn't seem that impressed by you. So let's see if the soldiers of the elite guard. Yeah, sorry, Astro. Were you just muted or something for?
My mic was being funky. I had to mess with it.
That'll happen.
I heard my name distantly, put on the headset, and then I was being told I wasn't here, and I was like, I'm here.
Yep, that'll happen. Yeah, so you are shaken awake by one of these heavily guards. You are very sore, but you are alive, and you're on the dock. Huh? Weird. Leon is hobbling past you on his staff. Another heavily armored guard kind of escorting him. A few feet away from you, there is a scorched hole in the pier still, and there is the dead body of the what looks to be the leader of the elven bodyguards.
He's kind of blanching as he looks around and realizes that there is a lot of death around him.
And it takes you maybe a few seconds to register the face a little bit, nearby yours of the source of the person who shook you awake. One of these guards. Hey, can you stand? Are you all right? Can you walk?
I am going to.
You hear me? Oh, very good. Move along to the end of the pier with your friends there, guy.
Kleeck will carefully walk along with Leon.
Got it. So that roll, I have the advantage. That was a perception check with advantage as the guards search the area looking for anyone that's hiding, any stragglers. Brightleaf is unconscious but stable. Rhea and Lucy up on the rooftop there, they've been told about, and now they will be noticed. And you will have actually one of the guards will climb up, finding a ladder or something, be like, "Hey, you need to get down from here. Join the others."
Assuming that Kleeck and Leon get to where me and Bron are, I'm going to kind of ask the group that's on the pier, what happened? What did you guys do?
Kleeck's holding a hand to his head and wobbling a little bit. I don't know.
We were.
I remember a lot of thuds. And he is going to reach down and pull an arrow out of his thigh.
They attacked us.
What about this one? Is this one dead? The guard says to Lucy. Oh.
No.
He's pointing to Brightleaf. Oh. And then you walk down the side of the building. Sorry to interrupt you, Leon. That was poor of me.
I was responding to Yoga. I lost my train of thought. Oh, we were walking back, and Ythremil attacked. Holy shit, that hurt. And I'm just gonna sit like lean over onto Bron the best I can.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Another one of Coventry's get. It appears that the blonde-haired red gown recognizes you, Lucy.
I'm sorry that you have to be such pathetic that you attack people at their home.
Captain Miles, I'll have you know that at least one of these motley crew here is a wanted felon by the Empire, and dead or alive, I believe, was the... And she pulls out a scroll that appears to be a wanted of some kind that describes Leon in some detail.
I don't even care if any of us have standing bounties. I don't know what everybody else has done, but you're the one who sent your people to attack us.
For all we know, y'all could even be the ones that blew up the barge.
Well, let's see. Lucy, you know who did that, so the implications of saying that is go ahead and deception roll.
25.
I love it. That was a natural 19.
My microphone is being so spotty. I went on the whole thing.
We kind of heard you, but yeah, you've been a little bit quiet.
Wow, that is the best possible roll that Captain Miles could roll for insight, because he's dense as shit. And I mean, I guess I just shouldn't roll if it's above 18 from now on. So he turns and he says, "Is this true, Miss Razan?" Of course not. Why would you think that I would be involved in... These barbarians are probably the ones who caused it. As soon as they've come into town, they were the cause of that commotion in the square the other day. They're the very same. And he will actually remember that moment, and he will turn to Leon and look at you, and he'll look over to Eve with the scroll. You will walk over to Eve, and as he walks up, the elves will kind of like group in front of her, and he will roll intimidate.
Yes. Yes.
By the way, I'm listening just really quick. I'm whispering to Lucy. When we're out of this mess, I need to talk to you.
There's not.
In fact, as he steps up, he's not just going to roll intimidate. He is going to expend one of his rages in order to have advantage on strength-related things while raging.
Strength intimidation.
Yeah. So he this very large, very powerful, very angry, still has his two swords out, steps up and manages to eye them both out of the way, slips one of his swords back into its sheath, and slowly reaches his big meaty paw with the claws out over to where she's kind of a little tentatively now holding out the scroll, and he just snatches it out of her hand and like pulls it over close to him, and with the one hand unrolls it, reads it, looks at her, looks at you, Leon, and I'm going to roll my 1d20 fun check. Okay. He takes the scroll and he crumples it up with his one hand and tosses it to the side. We may be a part of the Empire, but their word means nothing here. Not right now. And then he looks over to Leon. This is your sister. And he looks at Eve. This is your brother. And this is how you would behave in the streets of my city?
Sir Miles, can I point out one fact?
You can go What is it? He doesn't even turn to look at you. He just kind of stays where he is. Brightleaf at this point is awoken, and she and Rhea slowly make their way down with this guard, and the two, make their way over to join you. The guard kind of posts up in the alley. Go ahead.
In terms of the given location, our ship is right there. Our people are all right here. They came up and started to attack. I don't know the reason why, but we are defending ourselves.
Oh, I'm more than happy to have just shared the reason with you, love. You're wanted, or at least that one is. Possibly one or more of the others. I read that they're moving in a pack.
I would like to state that you attacked us without even speaking to us.
What need have I? It says that you're presumed armed and dangerous. My guards were simply protecting myself and the community.
Your first argument was that you were defending yourself and we were the aggressors. You're already going back on your arguments.
Does anyone watch Danganronpa? You just fired a logic bullet.
Yes.
Kleeck actually speaking facts, yo.
Kleeck 15 int, 16 wisdom, don't give a shit.
Oh
Destroy him with facts and logic.
I'm gonna lean forward off Bron and point a finger out at her. You are the reason that man, and I'm gonna point over to Ythremil, died here today. Because you couldn't let well enough be. I'm just gonna drop my arm kind of loosely.
She looks at you with a glare that's a little bit beyond hate and pity mixed together. Captain Miles, you can't believe this rogue. He is clearly wanted, and even if you don't want to enforce the laws of your empire, certainly you can see that since he's come, he has been a danger to our community.
I would like to point out that everyone here has helped out when that barge exploded. We've gone to help rescue those in the water and get them to somewhere in safety. We have tried to help all the people around. And from what I know of the situation between you two, you showed up and then the commotion started.
This is true. I believe, Miss Coventry, that you and I met on the day you came to our fair city, and you came that very day and asked what you could do to help and support us in these dire times. I can't remember you ever coming and doing the same, Lady Razan. That one was a logic bullet fired by Captain Miles.
Can I whistle for Ollie?
You can. Has been nearby,
sort of call Ollie
hunkering down in the eagle's nest, or the hawk's nest, the crow's nest, the nest.
Aarakocra's nest? The nest.
The
It's
nest.
really just the nest.
The bird's nest.
I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
so
call him down to my arm and feed him.
you see a little bald eagled head pop up over and then turn and see you immediately, and then and it lands on your glove. Leon, you've been handed what kind of health potion? The basic?
I'll give him a greater one.
Okay, you have a greater healing potion in your hands there, Leon. The guards see this, and they seem to let it slide. They seem to recognize what a greater healing potion is. So
I'm gonna unclasp the mask on one side and just down the entire thing.
Yep, roll your healing.
What is it, 4d4 plus 4?
Yep,
that's
it
right.
is.
You guys staying silent, but after this, I want to make a perception check.
Okay, that sounds good.
Oh, thank God.
Nice. That's a good one. 17. So yeah, Yoga, go ahead and roll your perception check. What in particular are you attempting to perceive at this time?
I'm looking at Lordner and gauging his visual. Actually, it might be insight. I have a plus
That would be
6 either
insight.
way.
That's fine. Please roll insight. Okay, I'm going to roll a GM roll to see how well he's concealing anything that he may or may not be feeling at this time. Okay. Hard to read. He is expressionlessly watching the exchange between the guard captain, who is clearly the person in power in this situation, as he has his people kind of stationed around a bunch of injured other people. But the situation's tenuous because there's obviously a group, yours, that was attacked, and their group that definitely still has people that can do some stuff right now. So there's an uneasiness still in the air. But in this moment, it really only looks like Duke Lorgner is watching the proceedings, along with, I would say, about 8 huntsmen who are with him, kind of just hanging out nearby. They all seem to be carrying, maybe a short bows and spears. They don't really even seem to have armor, maybe just padded or leather armor at best. Maybe one guy over there has studded leather. So they seem pretty lightly armed and armored, but there's a few of them, so it's kind of like an action economy thing at this point. So, and that route now is blocked should you attempt to escape. So it's really just this area is getting a little packed. And yeah, you just can't read him. And he looks over and he sees you attempting to read him.
I'm going to give him a kind of awkward the finger wave.
You will see the tiniest little curl at the edge of his mouth, as if of a grin. But it's only because you're looking directly at him as it happens, and quick as a blink, it's gone, and he kind of continues scanning the devastation in the area. And all the while, definitely paying attention to the discussion and the exchange. But yeah, that's what you get from that. Yep. Anyone else want to do anything in this moment? Because we have Eve trying to explain herself a little bit. Gareth doesn't really seem to be buying it. Duke Lorgner is watching with some of his men, and in a few moments, more people are going to show up.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Kleeck is just tending to Ollie, calming him down and feeding him.
Okay.
And such.
He appears to be calm.
It's also a little calming for Kleeck, to be honest. Tend to bird, be happy.
From the same direction as the Gareth Miles arrived from, you hear the sound of marching feet as you see the mayor marching down the pier with a number of townsguard. In fact, I'm actually bad.
Oh no.
Shit.
Nose? Yes, I have. I'm so lost. I don't know what to feel.
Wait.
Sorry.
Mayor.
Okay.
So they're just they march down the pier and
guys, quick, assassination attempt.
Yeah.
No?
That's something that can happen. You see them kind of post up around the area. She climbs onto one of these crates to get a better view as her guards kind of fan out and enter the area. So there's quite a few more guards here now.
Guys, you think we could take
them?
The very
I think there's
idea
way
makes
too
Leon
many
a little
people.
sick.
Captain Miles, have you secured the situation? As she kind of glances around. I see our Lady Coventry and our Lady Razan are both involved. What seems to be the matter, my ladies? As she kind of looks back and forth between you. One claims the other attacked. The other says that they're wanted felons. And there are many dead. Oh, that I can see, Captain. You've done a great job here today, apprehending these villains. Now we just need to ascertain who's who. You kind of hear a... And that's when the mayor notices Duke Lorgner as he kind of... I do believe, Captain, that certain laws govern an event such as this. It's quite clearly a murder investigation, and you should treat it as such. Everyone involved should be taken to the dungeon immediately and questioned as soon as possible.
Kleeck pales very visibly at the idea of being taken to yet another prison.
Likewise, so do the other members of your party, the ones that I can speak for at least. Brightleaf and Rhea both kind of like suddenly seem a little frantic, and you can tell that Eve is not having it. She is bristling immediately at the thought. Then the elven bodyguards again kind of like step around her as a protectively, forming like a bubble.
Yoga actually does not seem to care.
Yeah, I figured he wouldn't. And yeah, Lucy's just like, I get it. She's doing a very good noble moment. Gareth, for his part, is just going to ignore them and step away and kind of come and address the party and say, the Empire does not hold power here, not today. In my eyes, you all are free to go, but I would ask that you stay to help me sort out this mess. He kind of rounds on Eve and says, you all will be held captive while we figure out what's going on. What? How dare you? I am a landed... I own an entire district!
I have rights!
I have rights, and
we're gonna stare at her, and then look back at Miles, like, understood.
Not so fast now. Not so fast. Helga, the mayor, kind of hops down or steps onto a higher box and says, I don't think that it's such a good idea to be holding one of our esteemed landed electors on the eve of an election. I do believe that there are several... And the Duke steps forward and says, actually, there are no laws barring someone who has been found guilty or even suspected guilty of crimes to be held and thus unable to be present for an election, unless you have changed the laws in the last 4 months that you haven't been letting me review them. And Captain Miles kind of glances back at the mayor with a questioning look. And she... logic bullet. Kind of grits her teeth, and he says, then, Milady Razan, with all due apologies, until we get to the bottom of this, the good captain's very essence is to hold you in captivity. And, I don't know, anyone who's trying to read the Duke, please roll an insight check to see how much he's relishing this moment. I'll just tell you, you can see it, but it's still... Yeah, Lucy, you see it. Astro, you see it. Yoga and Leon probably don't. But he's definitely quite happy. Yeah, Bron
That's a lot of 12s.
Yeah, that's 3 12s. But yeah.
21s too. It's
Lucy
all
and
twos and
Kleeck,
ones.
you can both tell that he's happy to be kind of dressing down Lady Republic. And Captain Miles looks from the Duke back to the mayor, and then motions for his guards to continue with hauling them away. And some of the other guards, the town's guard, smaller ones, kind of step up and also come to join in to assist. It looks like Cade Cade, for his part, is like resigned, but also like starting to sob a little bit. But as they get closer and kind of surround her, let's see what she does. Fun dice. Okay. She is going to struggle angrily and fight. And cause a scene. And because she's not going quietly, the guards will get a little uppity. And let's see how long it takes before this escalates into something else. So I'll do an opposed of the guards and the elves.
Seeing this happen, Bron, I want to use what's left of my healing hands to give myself some more health. I have a
Please
bad
do.
feeling about this.
You absolutely have time to do this as you watch this happen. And it looks like by a slight differential, the guards, and there's more of them, they're able to close in, surround, and begin to kind of like hold down and cuff the bodyguards, even as they attempt to defend the Lady Razan. But it wasn't by enough of a margin, so we're going to do one more pose check. Guards. Razan. Okay. Yeah. So Lady Razan, as her guards give her one last moment, says, "You will not make a mockery of me, and put me in prison. I won't allow it." And she raises her hands, and she casts.
Oh no.
Yes.
Actually, yeah, yes, because she's digging herself into a hole.
She is going to cast Cone of Cold.
Yes! Yes! It's all going according to plan. Yes!
Yeah, I mean, now she just made herself guilty, so it's easy.
Yeah, no, attacking guards really ain't gonna do much good for you.
Especially with this many.
Oh,
I mean,
that's a lot of witnesses.
I mean, sometimes stuff happens.
This is going exactly like I planned it out to. That's awesome.
Crimes against Skyrim against people.
Con
What
saves,
say you in your
16.
defense?
Can I make? Can I use the commotion to ask to switch places with Rhea, so I'm closer to the Duke?
Absolutely. She's going to blast it in this direction.
Oh, is that big?
It's a 60-foot cone.
It's a mean cone of absolutely fucking painful.
Yeah, and it's
the captain.
So please, yes, she is. Please, everyone, roll a Constitution saving throw. Pass. Fail.
Wait,
Pass.
Ali's within this.
Yes.
Oh no! Wait, Kleeck, I can spare the dying. Your bird don't. I'm getting my spare the dying ready.
Yeah, this is gonna suck.
Ali rolled a 4. If she messes with my bird.
Okay. So the DC is. Where'd that thing go?
Can I give Can I try and use my successful save to block Ali with my body?
Yes. Yes, you can. DC was 17, so 8d8.
8d8.
Yeah,
Holy
Cone of
Jesus,
Cold
that's more than a fireball.
Is 8d8 cold.
No, it is the same.
Fireball's 8d6.
So it's 30 cold damage to everyone.
Oh, yikes.
I am down.
Okay.
Halved on success. Wait, I'm down.
So I can make con saves for Rhea and Brightleaf as well. So
What if you roll a success? Does that still have?
it's halved.
Well, we're down again.
Fuck.
I was at 1 HP and just took 15 damage. But I blocked Ali. I saved Ali, right? I'm
going to say that because you took the hit for Ali, Ali will be full cover and not get hit.
I was like, it's okay.
Wings around her or him, sorry, and you just took the hit. So everyone goes back down.
I'm also down.
For the most part.
I really needed that because then I could spare the dying everyone. Oh shit!
I'm still up. Yes, I forgot to add Luckstone. I'm still up.
Oh my goodness! So yes, Leon, you are still up
and very agitated. I should say Ali is probably starting to fly up a little bit, very agitated at a certain woman.
Oh no, I don't doubt it. I need to roll for some other folks.
I swear
too,
to God,
so...
she's about to get pecked by an eagle.
Once bright leaf. I don't doubt it. I bet
remember
she's
how
gonna get very
we stopped
pecked.
worrying about the TPK?
Yeah, that was funny.
Almost just happened again.
I don't know what you mean almost. There's 4 of us down, and I don't know what healing capabilities is left.
Raise down to...
You wanna raise that? Yeah,
Bright leaf is down to...
We have one player standing. Oh, we have one person standing!
Leon, how much healing do you have?
I have 5 points. I can get everyone up except for one.
Well, take your pick then.
The thing is, it's an action
Leon,
to apply that, is it not? You have to take one turn per time. Choose your picks carefully. We're rolling death saves.
Leon.
So no one is dead because no one took more damage than success. But one guard was just outright killed by it. Yeah, there's one frozen statue just before her, and everyone else is kind of like scrambling around in panic. Cade is screaming, like he's just like looking over at the Lady Razan as she just washes over the party with cold. And it's at that point that the frosted everyone else kind of descends into a little bit of butchery, and the guards are killed very quickly. I'm not even going to roll for this. I'm going to say the fact that they're utterly surrounded. The Elven guards are going to be just killed.
By the way, I just want to say, bro, I saw you hand that healing potion to Leon, and I was like, in my head, I'm like, 1 HP, 18 HP, it doesn't matter. You're God.
Yeah, Bron single-handedly prevented the TPK.
Oh my God, that was so close. Oh my God.
And I'm
Leon
going to say
gets to
that
res one person per turn. We all get to roll death saves.
No, I don't. I get to raise 5 people in 1 turn.
Because you can spread it however much you like within the distance that you have.
Yes.
There's a distance? Oh, I thought it was touch.
It's a range thing.
Yes. It is. Yes.
This totally doesn't make them look guilty now of the barge thing.
Right.
He's given up. He's absolutely surrendered. The mayor looks completely aghast and shocked at what just happened. There's a dead guard. The rest of the guards just hacked apart the elven guards in like a fit of rage. Half of them are either mostly dead or covered in frost.
Didn't hack away the noble though?
No, they actually managed to. Let's see. I'm going to. Okay, the guard captain is going to step up, and he is going to, as everyone else is attacking her, come up and just beat her with the pommel of his sword upside the head, and she goes down. So she is unconscious. So I'm going to say that she is alive to be held for her crimes. Can now argue that the mayor supports criminals.
Yes.
Likewise,
build these arguments.
Let's see. All right. There's no combat order, so while they're butchering and beating her down, Leon, you are free to do stuff. Also, the guards are going to run past you towards the combat, such as it is.
Don't step on my feetsies.
So, who are you gonna? What are you gonna do? Who are you gonna heal?
Okay, let me make sure I have this right before I start throwing shit around.
Sure.
Hit points, disperse. Cannot be charged. Okay. Holy balls. Okay.
Let's have everyone in the interim make 1 death saving throw.
That's
before Leon gets a chance to act. So I'll roll for Brightleaf, and then I will roll for Rhea. Brightleaf.
God damn it.
Rhea.
A success!
Wow.
I rarely roll those.
So there's 3 successes and 3 fails amongst the people assembled. Not that you know who's who from your perspective, but no one's like on the edge, really. Maybe.
No, I know exactly who I know the exact order I'm healing people. All right, starting. We're going Brightleaf, Bron, Yoga, and then. Oh shit!
Is it an action per person, or is it?
It's an action to spread the pool however you will among targets within the range.
You can leave Kleeck dead if you want. I am okay with it as a player.
Well, you're only going to be down for the 1 turn, I hope. Then it's going to be.
We don't know. That's the thing. But if you want, if you need to pick someone out of anyone, I won't hold it against you if you pick me.
Okay, it's going to be Lucy and then Rhea.
Okay.
So everybody has 1.
Yeah,
except me. Okay.
Leon, as you kind of reach into this last reserve of spiritual energy that you have stored in your deck of cards, you kind of disperse it amongst your friends as best you can, and each of them, except Kleeck, comes back to consciousness with a, and very quickly you can tell with this coating of sleet and frost over the area that the last thing you remember was getting blasted by a wall of bluish white frost. And as you look around, you see that Kleeck is still down.
Kleeck, stop dying, you son of a bitch.
Stop dying. So in the interim, as everyone comes to, Kleeck, I'm going to have you roll another death saving throw.
He can't even die even if he rolled a 1, because he passed his first success.
And I've just passed a second.
And then you get spare the dying.
All right. So in the space, if Bron doesn't, then Brightleaf will step over and cast Cure Wounds on Kleeck with one of her spell slots. So you'll get 1d8 plus 3 and come back with 9 health.
Come on, Brightleaf, don't you know that
has taught me anything, it's that it is hard to kill a player character.
It is. It can be. It can also be really, really easy.
We've had more people go down than we've had people go up this round.
Yeah.
I got to use... If we consider that one, even though Brightleaf immediately followed it up with a healing spell, I cast Spare the Dying 3 times. Once
yes, you did. You were doing the best you could.
Then I jumped to Brightleaf, and then I just did it on Kleeck.
Kleeck is frantically searching for Ollie.
I think if Lucy didn't get get that natural 20, there is no way I could have made it to her. Like, she would have had 2 fails and 2 successes. But...
Yeah, it was a good moment. So yeah, in this space, you have the mayor at an loss for words. You have the frost-covered guard captain standing over the unconscious body of Lady Razan, with a number of very injured guardsmen around him. The 3 dead elves, the other dead elves from your fight. All of you are almost completely wiped out. And Duke Lordner, who was somehow spared the blast, maybe perhaps because of where he was standing in relation to the barely held together crates, kind of steps forward into the gap as the other guards rush by. And are you all right? He asks him.
Perfectly fine.
Glances over and sees that the situation's taken care of.
Like, are you able to talk?
Yeah, you're able to talk. You're all conscious and coherent.
I'd like to press charges.
I was hoping you'd say that. You are all going to be very valuable and material witnesses in this case, which he turns around. I anticipate we should be able to bring tomorrow.
Kleeck is frantically searching around for and whistling for Ollie.
Sure enough, you just didn't notice that he had flown over to the top of the building and then flies back over to you. There's a little bit of like ice crystals on his wings, but seems completely fine otherwise. And as he lands and kind of ruffles his feathers and shakes them off, they fall away. And
care if you mess with me, but you touch my bird, and I'm gonna have an issue.
Evrazon does not hear you. She is unconscious.
I realize that she's unconscious as I turn around.
I kind of just a little bit quieter than normal. I kind of say to Duke, a lot has happened, but I do hope to help you all at the end of the day. That's all I want to do for this town.
As Captain Miles steps, that is good to hear, because this is unacceptable. And he kind of like brushes off some of the ice crystals that are on his breastplate as well, and like you can see that he's bleeding a bit from where they've kind of dug into his flesh and kind of pierced his armor in places. But he just brushes them off, and he still looks angry, but a little more composed now that maybe something. We will be taking her to the dungeon and placing her under watch of... Oh, I'm sure I can ask someone to keep a magic user from being too uppity. In any case,
I
the
kind
Duke...
of whisper, silence spell, make sure they don't have movement of hands.
And kind of from the direction of the boat, everyone roll a perception check.
Perception.
Lucy and Yoga. Yeah, you know what? Everyone except Bro actually will notice.
Sorry,
someone. It's fine.
Right.
You'll notice in a minute. You will notice someone coming across the water.
Oh my god! I mean, I as soon as you just said water, I knew who it was, but like,
oh my god, it's Jesus!
Who is this?
This
the guy who can res dead people.
Priest dude.
Oh, it's Priest guy.
AKA the Deus Ex Machina.
Hey, don't steal that roll from Yoga. I got to use my Spare the Dying. I'm so happy.
Look, Cleric is a class, and it does things. One of them is revive things. Father Zand Bunschwit, the name of which no one has heard because no one's asked yet, absolutely has the power to revive people and has done so. And he comes and he steps up and says, "It seems my services might be needed here."
How many diamonds does this guy go through a day with us around?
Man lives in a mine shaft.
It's 1,000 GP worth of diamonds to cast Resurrection.
He glances over at the two of you at the talk of diamonds. Oh, you're farther away, but I'm afraid I don't have any diamonds with me today, although it seems I should have brought one or two. Captain, your inquiry. I have the results. What is it, good father? He looks around. I don't think this is the proper forum. He kind of turns and glances over his shoulder at the mayor. And anyone who's watching this exchange, please roll an insight check.
Yes. Kleeck is very much not paying attention. He is.
Oh, Lucy, no. Leon, no.
Wait, what's happening? I just got back.
I have
an insight check.
If you need it.
I can insight. Maybe what are we inciting?
I get that.
You are inciting the exchange between the priest, Father Bunschwit, and the guard captain, as he says, "We should take this discussion of your earlier inquiry to a more private forum." And then he glanced over his shoulder at the mayor. Yoga,
I'm coughing. I'm shivering.
So I'm guessing Kleeck at this moment is not paying attention.
No, he is not.
And yeah, in this moment, you're not really noticed because they're all busy, like, dealing with the...
Couple more dead people now.
Yeah, I'm going to roll a general perception check to see if anyone notices you walking away. You're not sneaking, are you?
No. He's just walking down the pier.
You'll hear the guard captain's voice kind of a little bit. Oi, bird person, Arakakra. I'm sorry, but could you please come back?
He will slowly and sadly just walk back a little bit and sit down right here instead.
He's watching you and he kind of shrugs. He's like, whatever, it's fine. But over this, the priest will turn to the Duke and say, I do believe that you should be a part of this conversation, my good Duke. I think you will find some of the things I have to share with you educational. And they each give each other kind of a hard level and all kind of turn to look at the mayor. And she has like a questioning look on her face as the people, as you know, some of the guards are taking the people away. At this point, Cade is being taken away. Eve is being taken away, the unconscious Eve. So they're all leaving the scene. The mayor is going to wait for the guard captain to walk up to her, and she'll step down. The two will have a little bit of an exchange. If anyone wants to try and overhear it from that distance, please roll a perception check with disadvantage, because it would be difficult at first. 16, 17, 7, 16. So you all do quite a good job of listening in as she kind of like beckons for him to bend down and let her like whisper to him, and he kind of just doesn't do it. He kind of just looks down and then eventually like slowly squats. He looks very upset to be doing it, and you can see her having like a very animated yet hushed argument with him, saying like, this is a disaster. This is an utter outrage. It is the day before an election, and I can't have people killing each other in the streets. I can't have my electors being beaten bloody by my guard captain. They're supposed to protect these people. And he just puts up one finger and says, shh. I have to go speak with the Duke and the head priest now. The guards will protect you and take care of you while I'm gone. And then he turns and he motions to two of the elite, guards and says, Jeremy, Osford, you're with me. And he just turns and walks away from her and motions to the two men. And as they all kind of like get ready to head back in the direction of Duke Lordner's estate, the captain turns to all of you and says, please stay in town. And the head priest says, actually, I would like if they all came with us. Lady Coventry, your associates.
If you would like to try to see if you can help the guards or heal people first, that would be appreciated. I also have a diamond if it's needed for anything.
One of the guards is holding the body of the dead guard who was, well, he's actually like frozen solid because he was killed by the cone of cold. And you see the priest go, I do still have enough in me to accomplish this. Are you sure that you would offer me something so valuable for someone you don't know?
Or look to the party. What do y'all think?
Kleeck nods very fiercely.
How valuable is the diamond?
I think that was the one that was like 500 almost.
Okay, if a 500 gold diamond would be enough for him to cast actual, like the revival spell, like was it Raise Dead, right? So he is going to cast Raise Dead using that diamond to revive the guard who was killed by the Cone of Cold, everyone else being still relatively healed up. And he's going to, shove that diamond on into his chest and so cold. So cold. Dib, you're back with us. Why are we so cold? And so, they have a moment with him, and they're very grateful to have their comrade back. And you see the Duke, the captain, and the priest all look at you, Lucy, with some admiration and respect for your selfless sacrifice in this way. And so, shall we be off to somewhere more private then?
Just nod.
All right.
The jump spell and that yoga, I'm starting to wonder if you're a frog and not a turtle.
Excellent.
Before we head off, would it be possible to help heal my friends?
Oh, of course. How rude of me. And he is going to cast
Mass healing word. Mass healing word.
The witch spell.
5e cleric spells.
Mass healing word is a really nice 3rd level spell.
Yeah,
Is it 3rd level? I thought it was 5th.
It is.
Oh my god.
It is. No, the one mass cure wounds is what you're thinking of. And he is going to actually cast mass cure wounds.
He's a life cleric. This is going to be nice.
You know, clerics are really good at healing people.
Unfortunately, not a life cleric. But who's the most injured of this group?
A lot of us
are
HP. A lot of us are at 1 HP right now.
So, wait, actually, I got cure wounds, so I'm technically at 9.
Yeah, Kleeck, you're actually the highest.
Surprisingly.
Okay.
What's
Leon's at 8.
Schwitz wisdom 4? So it's 3d8 plus 4. Okay. Oh, is it spellcasting ability modifier? Yeah, whatever. So everyone gets 16 HP as he kind of chants and raises his staff, and a bright light shines. I will say that you are the only one that is not included, and then after that, he will step up and just put a hand on your shoulder and push a level 2 cure wounds into you.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
So you also get a 16. How about that math?
Communism.
Yep. So,
my
apologies
I have a
for the
second
delay.
wind. I have a second wind too.
I thought you used it already.
No, apparently not. I thought. Wait, did I use it? I thought I used it. I think I used it. I'm just gonna mark it off, assuming I used it. I might not have gotten a chance
you were dead.
to use it. Yeah, I kind of got murked. Kleeck is actually gonna ask if he can stay. He doesn't do so well. I don't do so well with all this political stuff, and I kind of have something I want to work on, and I want to calm down.
Suspicious.
That is your right, citizen. You don't have to come with us, so you can leave.
He's going to nod and go back to the boat.
Okay.
And take care of Ali, and then go back to the bird shop.
Got it. So everyone else then is going to be going with?
Yes.
Yep. I'm kind of on the way. I'm kind of looking at the guard captain, and both the guard captain and the Duke, but kind of directed towards the guard captain. I hope you can see where the mayor's priorities have been lying recently.
And you're saying this to the guard captain?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Persuasion.
Persuasion. Wow.
Can we
She
help?
is under... Oh, yeah. What are you going to say to help?
Yeah, I mean, the mayor helping criminal, that's a little concerning.
All right. Roll with advantage.
Huzzah.
All right. The mayor is under a great deal of pressure, and as far as we know, though she is not to my liking, the Lady Razan is, until today, an upstanding member of our community.
Yoga will visibly roll his eyes at that. Not polite in the slightest.
That's fine. He's not the most insightful, so he probably didn't know.
And Yoga doesn't roll his eyes very often.
No, he doesn't. He really doesn't. So you continue to walk along the shore. I'm actually going to go to city view because we are moving around.
I've got all the time, but how much longer do we plan to run this session?
I don't have a time limit.
I'm good. Pretty much.
Should we ask the Sweden dude since it's like
The Sweden dude.
Yeah, that dude.
I'm good to run for another hour. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll go until people start dropping off. So, because once I'm done, I'm going back to work. So you're walking down the shoreline in this general direction where I have dropped that arrow towards the Lordner lands. And you walk in silence for a while, unless anyone says anything in particular other than what Yoga was bringing up at first.
I'm going to look at the guard captain. I'm going to pat him on the back and say, "Thank you for showing up. We may not have lasted another round with them coming at us like that."
No, he looks down at how ravaged and battered the whole group is. I don't think you would have either. I'm, in that way, glad for the noise. It was easy to find you.
We're gonna look at Lagner. Or Lordner, Lagner, whatever their name is.
Yeah. Yep.
Money
pleasure
boy.
to meet you. Wish it was on better circumstances.
Likewise, Milady Coventry, and he kind of makes a deep and elaborate bow. Though my lands are humble in comparison to yours, which I have only read of, I do welcome you to the ancestral lands of the Lorgner dukedom and clan. And as you kind of head further south, you enter this more wooded area. You see some sort of hidden palisades and in stands of trees. The huntsmen seem to disperse, the ones that had been traveling with Lordner, as you enter the lands, but here and there you notice them hiding in the trees, watching northward. And eventually, Yoga, you'll recognize the place. You come to state. And you know what? I'm actually going to load it, because why not? I built that. Where did I put that thing, though? Oh, I had to have named it. Oh, goodness.
State.7.exe.
Oh, no, there it is. Lordner Estate.
Oh.
Also, I just noticed the music. Nice.
Yeah, not that it's super important, because, you're hearing all. So just drop yourself somewhere in the long table room, and that'll be where you meet and discuss matters of import.
This chair.
No, there.
This is going to take me just a minute to drag everyone on too. So if anyone needs me to add their token for them.
So you made this map?
No, I didn't. The Patreon in the bottom is where I apparently who made it. I just stole it because I'm a piece of crap.
Oh, let's look at Patreon.
Oh, I know this one. I know this one.
Zephico?
Yeah, he makes one in another game that I'm in. I think he has one with dynamic lighting too, and it's really trippy.
You have to set that stuff up. So yeah, I could do that if I had dynamic lighting, but I do not. Riley was kind enough to offer it at one point, and that was very kind.
We might go pay for some more maps.
Yeah, these maps are pretty. I'm down with this one. So this is the group that's here. 1, 2, 3. Kleeck's not here. I need Brightleaf and Rayath. who's missing. I'm like, why are there people missing? Lucy, Rhea has not left your side since you were revived. She has stuck very close to you and is kind of protectively just sticking near you. Brightleaf is fine compared to how she normally is. After almost dying, she freaked out a lot more last time. But so the 9 of you sit down, and so the priest, Father Bunchwit, kind of says, "So, Captain Miles, as to your inquiry, you wanted me to ask," and he kind of is saying this. He looks around and kind of glances at each of you in turn, because he seems to be describing this for all of you more than for the captain. You wanted me to speak with the souls of the deceased from the ferry and determine what, if any, nefarious activities they had been up to. Yes, and what did you find? Well, as to that, it appears that the Lord Earl is involved in some sort of smuggling operation, and that the ferry was being used as the vehicle, both figuratively and literally, for that purpose. However, I was not able to glean the truth behind the cause of the explosion. No one I spoke with seemed to know why that would have happened, and no one knows where the Lord has gone to, although I was able to ascertain that he was on the ferry that night. Does this trouble you, Captain? Says the Duke. It's not that it troubles me. Everything seems quite in line with this. We have recently raided the mansion of the Lord Earl, and we have found various controlled substances, some that defy our understanding. We've taken them to a local wizard. You remember Bertrand, the pastry guy? Yes. He is working to identify the items now. Duke Lorgner seems to be pondering and considering as the two discuss their findings. So, Father, what you're saying, and this is, I'm going to get all their voices similar because they're all like kind of gruff, medium tone men. So my apologies. I should probably quote who they are before I start speaking. So the guard captain is going to say to the father, "Father, I must say, is there any doubt in your mind? You spoke to these spirits, you pulled these words out from them, but is it possible that they are wrong?" And then the priest says back, "Well, you're going to be a little bit more upset with the next thing that I have to say." "What do you mean?" "One of the Imperial soldiers whose corpse we found had a little bit more information than the ruffians that we were able to piece together. And it appears that the wizard that you have locked in your cells is, or was leading some form of expedition to deliver dangerous supplies to some of the landless encampments on the western side of the river. And when pressed, the soldier's spirit spoke too of an attack that was to be staged on the Ugturk lands. The Ugturks? Why? Why them? I don't know as to the veracity of the claim that the spirit made, but when I asked why, his reply was, for the mare, for gold. No. I'm going to roll persuasion with disadvantage.
I'm going to kind of just cut in a little bit as he says mares for gold, and he says...
Everyone else is like, duh.
Yeah, I say priorities. That's all I say.
Max.
Honestly.
Okay, so you saying that yoga is going to take away the disadvantage.
Alright, smart attitude works, I guess.
Can I add in a little part?
Yeah, absolutely, please do.
From what we've been understanding is the landless have been forced off their land. The land is sold for high prices. Mayor's extremely happy of such when they make it sell, or someone interested in it, even a little more so than usual, and their mood entirely changes with that, as we've also found. So any sort of money could definitely be a factor with them, as well as trying to possibly control their votes.
For gold, I can't imagine why the mayor, she doesn't need to do something like this for gold. She's a financial genius. The guard captain seems perplexed by the notion that the mayor would need to do anything bad for money. But the Duke, upon hearing you bring up the election, says, "Ah, yes, thank you for bringing that up, Lady Coventry. The election. Our friend Yoga Tortle here spoke of priorities, dear Captain, and I do believe he was referring to the mayor's focus on controlling our elections. I, as well as you," and he glances at the rest of the party, "and most of you, before that harrowing moment, saw that the mayor seemed quite upset at the prospect of the Lady Razan not being able to vote tomorrow. With the Lord Earl also missing, two staunch allies of the mayor are gone. And as the lawmaster of this fair city, I can say with certainty that their absence does not change things in the slightest. The vote will be carried on. And I do believe the mayor feels her grip slipping. Captain, you don't look well. Sure enough, the guard Captain Miles, that big lion face is frowning a big lion frown. He does not appear happy with anything that he's hearing.
I'm going to kind of look at Gareth Miles and say, when this conversation is complete, I think an investigation by your soldiers need to check out any and all of the whereabouts of the mayor, specifically where the Civic Center. Ukturk has told me that she hides something. And I can't say how much his word holds, but I trust him greatly.
Ugturk is a big man, a strong man. And this is the guard captain, you saw this, you saw my fight with him. I trust him too, after a fashion. I don't believe he's right about the mayor, but This... Father, Duke, you must be wrong. Surely the mayor... You're just not understanding her vision. She's been attempting to steward the city to greatness. There's more people here than there ever have been. The city's coffers are overflowing more than they ever have. People are interested in being in Sichuan. He glances over at his guards. We're better equipped.
That comes at a cost. It's hurting all the other people around who don't have all that money. Would you care more for those with the money that can buy the land at high prices to fill the pockets of the rich? Or would you care more for the people itself being crushed under the foot of the nobles?
Of course we care for all within the city, even if you don't have land, even if you're just a visitor.
Yoga interjects and says, doesn't the term landless seem insulting on its own? You guys have... The nobles and people with land have demoralized, and they don't even they aren't even treated as citizens.
Please, well, I mean, I guess whoever wants to helm that one, you get persuasion with advantage.
I felt like I was helping Lucy there, so Lucy could...
So yeah, go ahead, Lucy, you get persuasion with advantage. I think you have advantage anyways because of your... No, you don't? Okay. With 14. Your repeated attacks using logic and reason are having an effect, and the frown only deepens. Those long whiskers now brushing, his clavicles under the breastplate, and you can tell that there's gears turning behind his eyes as he kind of ponders it. And the Duke speaks up. Captain, you know this to be true. It is an affront to any concept of organized citizenry that those without land are treated as lesser than those with. You do know that I've been taking many of them into my land as well. I didn't know. Yes, because it's not something that needs to be spoken on the rooftops. But, Captain, these people are suffering. I know you trust the mayor, and you may have been blinded by all these pretty trappings that she's thrown across you. And he gestures to the adamantine breastplate that the captain is wearing, and the +1 longsword that he beat Ythremil over the head with the pommel of. You do understand, Captain, that the entire time she's just been grooming you, giving you various gifts just to placate your understanding of the situation. No, but I need these things to do my job. I have to protect the community.
The community can help protect itself too. All the people that are landless work together. They have people who make food for others. They have people who would go and help perform various needs for others.
On that point, I agree with the Lady Coventry entirely, as the head priest, Father Bunchwit. I can't tell you the number of landless that have come to the temple night and day, seeking alms and requesting aid. Some of them have come with stories of abuse suffered at the hands of your guards, Captain. But I will say, more often it did seem that they were abused by the Imperial soldiers. And it all seems to make sense to me now that those same soldiers, when their spirit is devoid of a reason to lie, spoke of working for the mayor. So what are you saying, Father? I'm saying that the mayor has conspired with those on the east side of the river and those electors of the various districts, and you see the Duke nodding, to control the city, control trade within the city, and control the flow of money within the city.
I'll pipe up. Gareth,
There's a moment of silence, and Leon speaks up.
Gareth, you've been lied to ever since she's been in office, and you've been manipulated to serve her ends and put down everyone else who is in the noble. We need to stop.
Oh, sorry.
We need to change this, and it needs to happen before the vote tomorrow.
I'm not familiar with any of the laws here specifically, but if the mayor is doing things that they shouldn't, and there is such suspicion and possible evidence of it, in your position, I would certainly recommend to have an investigation looked into as soon as possible. And then that can confirm any suspicions or dismiss them if need be.
Yeah,
it needs to be done from a neutral party, not favoring either side.
Roll one last persuasion check with advantage.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. With that 25, everything is going to click finally for Captain Gareth Miles, and you're going to see like a sudden look of horror and realization come across his face, and he's going to kind of like blink a couple times. He looks a little dazed and out of focus, the frown still like plastered across his face. He does look sick, and he just slowly reaches up and undoes the latches of his armor, and it falls to the ground with a loud clunk. He undoes the buckles and straps that hold his sword belts in place and lets them fall to the ground. And he says, Duke Lorgner? Yes, Captain? I leave it to you. And he just turns and walks out of the building. And as he passes... stretched him. As he passes by the two guards, he doesn't even look at them. But they look at each other, they look at him, and he leaves. They scamper to follow him. And the three of them leave.
Turn to the Duke.
He looks at you.
Worry about him.
The captain is a good man, although I don't know if we should call him the captain anymore. I don't know if this was a resignation or a fit of pique, but I would leave him be. And the priest kind of just nods his head and says, give him space.
We're gonna pick up all of his stuff and like kind of set it neatly in a pile on the table.
Yep. Absolutely. So yeah, you have two longswords in their sheaths, and it's actually a set of half plate. So not a breastplate. He just removed it, tossed it on the ground, walked away.
Yoga's gonna start. He's gonna say, there are a lot of decisions that need to be made. I think that we should start thinking more about the people. With the fairy now gone, and I kind of look at Lucy, Lady Coventris had a brilliant idea that I think would help unite us all. I'm going to leave it to Lucy.
with the barge missing, many people have come together in the rowboats to cross. Instead of building another barge to where it can be taxed, it takes such a long time to move. And another event like this could happen in the future of some sort, whether it's sink or an attack or anything of the sort. Why not build a bridge? Have the landless come together, have them help build it, and then they'll definitely have a say in the town. Could work some sort of deal where they do get land from working together to build it. If we have some funds, we could help fund it to some degree. Have the town work together to pitch in for it. It's their town after all. And whoever should be the next mayor, we could say it's their idea.
That is a wonderful proposal, Lady Coventry. Duke, what do you think? It would be a good idea, if not for the ordinance that zoned us specifically for one ferry and one ferry only, denied the privileges of anyone to build a dock on the east side of the river. Technically, anyone using a rowboat to cross to either side is guilty of smuggling. Whether or not they smuggled any goods, they are guilty of smuggling their person without using an approved vessel. So it would need to be something that the next mayor addresses, possibly in a very, very early order of some kind. But I fully support it and will suggest it to, he kind of says, whoever ends up being elected tomorrow.
Is there anything we can do to ensure I'm sorry, but I forget, who's the other person running?
Yes, it is Lady Thorn Gardenio of the Gardenio lands.
I'm going to say Lady Thorn.
Yes.
Is there anything that we can do to help ensure Lady Thorn's election?
With how these things are run nowadays, it is difficult to make an assumption. And for the last 5 elections, so going back the last 10 years, while none of the elections have been unanimous, there's always someone who opposes the Mayor Zinfelter's re-election. It is usually the same bloc that supports her, and 2 of them are missing now. I will always cast my vote against her. The balance is different this time. I do think, based on what the head priest here said, that someone should inform Chief Ugturk that his lands were being targeted. I do believe he's already going to vote one way, but it couldn't help to make it clear to him what would have happened otherwise.
What is the voting power of Mr. Ugturk currently? I know when it came to this town, I first saw Mr. Ugturk and the current mayor fighting over something about land.
Yes. She, I believe, had promised him some deduction in the taxes assessed of his land for some services rendered, but I never got the full story from the chief. He did not want to speak with me in great detail. I don't believe he trusted me.
I think I've made some headway, and I could hope to assist you, if need be.
Certainly, I would appreciate that. I am planning to, and he puts on a tiny pair of reading glasses and turns and goes to a nearby shelf and pulls a sheaf of scrolls, puts them on the table and goes through a number of them and pulls one out and says, I have a law that I have looked up that would allow me to hold the mayor if we can place a reasonable suspicion of guilt upon her for any sort of conspiracy to control this election. But, and he pulls out another one that was stacked, maybe 50 sheets underneath it. He says, there is a clause here that clergy members are inadmissible. Oh, yes, it's been an interesting 30 years of her rule, Father.
Out of character, what does that mean?
It means that what the priest has to say won't be valid in a court.
Mm.
They're saying he speaks gobbledygook.
Damn.
You say you talk to dead people, is it? Haha, me too. Haha, sort of thing.
Okay, so we need hard evidence that she's been doing this entire town wrong.
I do believe the captain would be wise to search Lady Razan's lands, but I don't know if he is going to. I'm not sure if he's abdicated his position. Perhaps such an investigation would be best left to a neutral third party. And he kind of nods at all of you.
I'm gonna stand up firmly. You said the magic word, sir. All we need is permission.
Really quick. You said Lady Razan. Did you mean Lady Razan?
Yes. The Lady Razan was involved in the event today. And she's always voted in favor of the mayor. And the mayor did not want her to be taken away. I have seen Eve speaking with Charles, and if the both of them are missing, then it could be connected. I do think it's worth looking into, but I cannot get involved in this way.
And we are going after Lady Razan because we cannot go after the mayor?
No.
You're going after the Lady Razan because there may be some connection between them all. The Empire, the murders, Lord Earl, Lady Razan, the mayor, her lies to her guard captain. There's something happening here, and money is at the root of it.
Duke Lordner, who would we need to talk to in order to get someone released from the jail cells?
I would have said the guard captain, but likely now it would be whoever his second in command is, or perhaps more quickly, the mayor.
Is there any... Oh, go ahead.
I have someone who might be able to help.
Oh? Who did you have in mind? I mean, I know, but...
There's a certain musical fool that was mistreated.
The wailing one?
Yes, you could call him that. I think he'll tell us quite easily. He's been spending a fairly large amount of time with her over the recent week. And I assure you he's been keeping track of just about everywhere and everything she's done.
Father, what do you think? He kind of nods and says, I believe it is a good idea. He didn't seem to be much of a threat. As I saw him carried away, you would have a better eye on this. And if you all have dealings with him before and you find him useful, I don't see any harm in it. The only issue is possibly getting him out of there. I will go with you and give my word that it is of dire importance. I think that would aid you in this.
All right.
You're just gonna kind of nod. Is there still nothing we can do about investigating the mayor themselves?
And the father kind of shakes his head and says, at this time, I'm not sure what we can do. Do not have any more energy to speak with the dead, and most of them, their souls have gone to rest, at least for the time being.
We're gonna look
It's possible I'm not asking the right questions, but it will take time to ask more, and time is of the essence if we wish to act before everything ends.
Is there any sort of laws that can postpone the election? Either
Sad shake of the head.
Mayor detained for questioning?
If we can find enough proof, yes.
What about possibly us having the power to conduct a search of insert name of the person that we were talking about?
Eve Razan.
Yeah, of their land.
By all means, I believe that everyone everyone of Eve's household is accounted for at this point. I have to go to the restroom real quick. Okay. And actually, we should probably call it here because this is a good stopping point.
Alrighty.
So I'm going to stop the recording. But yes, actually, real quick, Kleeck, what were you going to do? I'm going to ask you that after I get back. I'll be back in one moment.
Okay.
Gotta say, this music though.
For real, that shit was on top of it today. This is
one
so
thing
cool.
I'm thinking about. I kind of think we could stretch this, like, first we're trying to fix the problems, and then after helping the people, we're trying to get Landless some land. But we also are trying to help them not expand towards where Bron is. Where Bron's temple is.
Well, we can, considering if this goes like I think it's gonna go, we might be owed a debt that we can set off to the side, and, or a debt of land. We can set off to the side, and we can either set that for Bronze temple, or we can set it up as a big community area for the landless so they can get themselves up and started with something. And I'm thinking it's gonna be Eve's place.
If we... Well, is Bron, bro, are you here right now?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm just listening.
Because you got a temple that's like near the Lord Nerand on the other side of the river, right?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, so we gotta make sure that... Because what Yoga wants to suggest is that they actually open up some land towards the landless, but we also gotta think about your temple. That's the end goal for Bron.
Mm-hmm.
I'm back now.
Haha.
What are you up to in this moment?
Yoga's actually gonna kind of stand up and kind of say, I've got my questions out of the way. I think we should make haste if no one has any objections.
No, but I would like to ask to go to the jail, the guard place first.
Yoga will nod.
Okay. So the group of you without Duke Lorgner will head back in the direction of the docks, and anyone who wants to stop at the docks can hop back onto the boat if they want. But anyone else who wants to will then head back to the dungeon, which is also at the guard barracks area. Who wants to stop there? Okay, go ahead.
Can we ask the Duke for some sort of letter giving us privileges of things or powers of some sort to some degree to help us with the investigation if need be?
Unfortunately, Lady Coventry, there's nothing much expertise and scholarly acumen in this area. Any real political power I only hold in this town is purely for election purposes. I get my 2 votes, and that is it. That was part of the agreement made about 342 years ago it is now. So I believe that the priest going with you, Father Bunchwit, will be more than adequate, giving you the proper rationale for releasing someone. It may still be difficult, but...
Out of character, was Lucy talking about the jail thing or investigating Ythremil?
Both.
Yeah. Okay,
Sorry,
well,
we
if you're
totally
talking also...
Kleeck.
Oh, you go ahead. Kleeck, what are you doing in the meantime?
I am working in the bird shop on my project, and I will ask, how many days do I have to work on this again? I said I was gonna put in 4 for the gold I put in, because that was how much I would need to, right?
Yes.
And this is the first day.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna work on it as much as I can.
All right. So Kleeck goes back to work, very, 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 but having been healed too. So he's feeling a little better, but still quite hurt. But yeah, get back to work. You get some convalescence and rest. In the meantime, the party heads back. Have you left yet, group? And is anyone going to stop at the boat and hop on the boat, or is everyone just going to go with the priest to the guard barracks? That's where we can pick up.
Yeah, I'd say that's what we're doing, and we can stop here.
Okay.
Yep.
Excellent. So we will pick up in the new year with the party heading towards the guard barracks to release one Cade Greenwood and discuss with him perhaps any information he might have on Yves Razan. So I'm going to end it here.